Hey everyone, I'm trying to get the bot to work today again. It's not working apparently. I'm gonna start a giveaway because I do want to do another raffle for this. So I'm gonna complete this. I don't know why it's still not working. I'm still having issues with this stupid fucking bot. Bullshit. Oh, there we go. There we go. So guys, you have 20 minutes. I'll pick 2 winners from this raffle, from this giveaway. So we can add more characters to this season of the viewer canvas. As I said, I want to make up for last week for that abrupt ending, and what better way than to do a giveaway? Welcome to the slam. Welcome to the slam. Damn, 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 damn. Oh, wait, wrong window. Do 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 do. Oh my god, come on. Come on, it's not doing it right. Stupid game. Stupid game. Stupid OBS. There we go. I'm in such a weird mood right now. Like I have like this like headache. Stomach hurts a little bit. It's all good though. Maybe this stream will be what I need to get up. So okay, we can put that in silent. Oh man. Whoop, there it is. Alright. So we're gonna do something a little bit different. I am gonna cover the review of The Last of Us 2. Initially, I was thinking, oh, I'm gonna do the review when I get through The Last of Us 2 playthrough, but I also feel like I want to talk about it now more than ever. So we'll do that. But I also sat there and said to myself, you know what? I'm gonna go a little bit extra and even bring up the best celebration review of The Last of Us 2, dude. Lady Maria drawing turned out good. She looks mad sitting between Rolf and a cabin. Yeah! She's like, why am I here? That's what she looks like. I like that. So yeah, I decided I'm going to go through this as well because there's a few things that are actually pretty funny. And The Outsider posted his This Is How You Don't Play of Last of Us 2, and there's a little clip I do want to play from that as well. So we got things to go through, guys.
Whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry this was not centered. Welcome. When I started, I did so many stupid things that, I didn't realize.
Hold on, I do want to read this email.
Actually, I met my, now, like I said, the 100 vest streak, there was viral popularity behind it.
Let's go a little bit into this.
Admittedly, I don't
Now get this. He had this email for months and months and months and months and months and months and months, right? Or just a couple of months, whatever. And he was like, I'm not gonna read this. I'm not gonna even mention I had this email for a while. And then he says, well, I waited for a special occasion to read this email. The 100 vest streak was like the most popular vest streak according to Phil. It was virally popular, all this stuff. Does he read it then when the vest streak's at the highest peak? No, you fucking idiot. He decides to hold off on it to read it during a vest celebration that he says isn't as popular as the 100 vest streak. That's how thankful he is. Because why would you read it at the peak popularity of the vest celebration? No, you read the heartfelt message in the vest celebration that you think is not important. Amazing. Amazing. And also, he's so thankful for this email he got for free. He wanted to read it after he got like what? $15,000? Whoa, guys. He's so thankful he waited to get 15K to read the email. That's how thankful he is, dude.
That the vest streak thing is as popular, yet it persists. Meaning there are people out there who like what I do so much they legitimately want to see this continue, and now I feel like this is the right time to read this, okay?
But the guy didn't write this email for this vest streak,
I'm not
though.
going to tell you guys the name of the person, or anything like that.
Such bullshit.
I'm just going to read you their message.
Come on, dude.
Said, the first playthrough that I ever watched of yours was your co-op playthrough of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time Reshelled, way back when in 2009. Back then, I was just 11 years old, and now I'm actually 22.
Whoa.
I've been a fan ever since. While I don't have as much time to watch your videos on YouTube or catch your streams on Twitch anymore, I do my best to still support and pop in whenever I can. The reason that I'm sending you this email is very simple. I hope this is an okay way of reaching you. Of course it was. Is to say thank you. The last decade, you've provided me with so many laughs, and those laughs have gotten me through some of the toughest times of my young life. I was an avid user of your original King of Hate forums way back in 2010.
Whoa, an avid user, dude.
Actually, I met my now lifelong best friend.
Lifelong best friend.
In the forum chat.
Okay.
Who I still talk to on a nearly daily basis to this very day.
Forum chat?
Without you, that connection would never have been made.
Oh,
I would never have met her. So absolutely, I must thank you for that.
This must be... No, guys. Kat wrote this. Come on.
As well. And I know
Kat wrote this email.
As well. You've also been a huge motivational inspiration over the past...
My eye has been bothering me for 2 fucking weeks. I don't know why, though.
It's
bullshit.
On a daily basis. You've never given up. A full decade later, through all the turmoil, you're still here doing what you love, and that's incredibly commendable. You taught me that on a daily basis. You've to be thankful as well. You've also been a huge motivational inspiration over the past decade. With all of the unwarranted garbage and harassment that you've been subjected to.
Unwarranted garbage and harassment? I mean... technically, like, sure. You know what? I'll say the swatting was harassment. Okay. But what's the reason of harassment now? Come on.
On a daily basis, you've never given up. A full decade later, through all the turmoil, you're still here doing what you love, and that's incredibly commendable. It's
commendable to still be here. I mean, it doesn't really take that much for him. I mean, he just sits there and cries about taxes and vests, and that's enough. I mean, like, it's there is like, I guess, a point to say, like, whoa, it is kind of nice that he kept going and all that shit, but he's also at this point where he really can't afford to say, nah, man, I'm good. I mean, he needs to pay his taxes. He has all these responsibilities. I mean, he can't really say, nah, man, I'm good. I'm good, dude.
You taught me that no matter what, you can't ever give up. You can't give in, and you certainly can't let anyone or any group of trolls force you to quit something.
The trolls really don't... Whatever.
I'm also happy for you that you've been able to find love with Kat, and I'm glad that you two are able to wed, and you're doing well, and I wish you both the absolute best moving forward.
How was he able to wed? I thought he couldn't afford it. Remember when he told us he couldn't afford getting married yet until he gets his finances in order?
I apologize not having much more to offer you than a few kind words, and I feel compelled to reach out to you and to say thank you. Whether you realize it or not, you've made huge waves in the world, and many of them are positive ones. The internet focuses, or excuse me, the internet loves...
Wait.
I feel compelled to reach out to you and to say thank you. Whether you realize it or not, you...
This sounds like a fucking eulogy. Or some shit. Like, what?
Made huge waves in the world, and many of them are positive ones. The internet focuses, or excuse me, the internet loves to focus on negativity, but you've actually done great things. You've pioneered trends that...
What trend did he pioneer? Everything he tells us, though, is it's the chat. The vest streak is the chat's fault. So what did he pioneer? Playing video games? Anyone can play video games. What did he pioneer? Like, this is such bullshit, because, like, I feel like if you're gonna say that someone pioneered stuff, you should at least, list examples of what they pioneered. Like, you can't just say you pioneered something and just not go into it at this point. What did he pioneer? I'd love to know what the fuck did DSP pioneer? And if anyone in my chat says the vest streak, that's his chat's doing. Okay, so the chat pioneered that one. So what did he pioneer? Uh, I don't know. I don't know what he pioneered. I mean, I came up with the viewer canvas. I mean, sure, it was inspired by other streamers, but like, I did come up with this, and then I came up with like doing raffles and giving away slots for this. What did DSP do?
And now dominate YouTube. And that's something you should.
What did he? Well, wait.
The internet focuses, or excuse me, the internet loves to focus on negativity, but you've actually done great things. You've pioneered trends that now dominate YouTube.
What? What? He pioneered a trend that dominated YouTube. What the? Oh, is this from another dimension? Is this where this is from? This came from another dimension, obviously. This email got sent through a time warp, dude. Now, if you want to say he pioneered trends, okay, that is dumb, but sure, okay, whatever, and DSP's content, whatever. But to bring up YouTube trends, that is complete bullshit. Not even the biggest YouTubers can pioneer trends at this point. What the fuck is he talking about? Oh, I know, the meme. I pioneered Let's Plays because like I was one of the old guards of people who talked in their videos, which is bullshit because that's and honestly I'd argue that that's not commendable because it was only a matter of time before people turned the mic on during a Let's Play. I mean, it's kind of like bullshit to say that. Like, in TV, when they started having audio in TV, no one said there's like, whoa, guys, audio pioneered. This show that had audio pioneered television. People didn't say that because it was like, yeah, it was only a matter of time before people created that technology. Like, the leap from radio to TV was huge because that's a big thing. Like, it did, like, blow people away that you had this visual, like, medium. But people sat there and was like, dude, eventually we're gonna get the video and the audio combined. So, like, okay.
And that's something you should forever wear as a badge of honor, whether the majority of people choose to recognize that or not. We've all made mistakes.
What's to recognize? You can't just say that people don't choose to recognize it. What's to recognize? Like, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see this person explain what he pioneered.
And none of us are perfect.
That's not the vest
streak. No one else has ever told you this. Despite all, you're a good man, Phil.
The gamer moment list.
I appreciate you in every second of your life. You shared with us via YouTube, Twitch, etc. over the past decade. Rest assured, there are people in the world who know of your name and recognize that you're not a villain. And so many people attempt to make you out.
Yeah.
I'll always be a fan.
He literally went onto YouTube because he fucking saw the cash roll in. Like, he shits on like iJustine, Toby Turner for starting gameplay channels, right? But look at this fucking guy. When he lost his job, guess what he fucking did? Fucking vlogs on YouTube. And he even told Quarterman, I could make money with gameplay, so I decided to make vlogs. He saw the money that rolling in. And this guy gatekeeps fucking Let's Plays. This and honestly, like, people can say whatever about gatekeeping. I think gatekeeping is kind of dumb, low key, but DSP hates when people gatekeep him, but he gatekeeps everything that he's in. He gatekeeps Twitch because he's on Twitch. He gatekeeps Street Fighter because he loves Street Fighter, but he hates gatekeeping. But he does that shit. And that's like the worst of it. Like, honestly, if you're gonna complain about gatekeeping and you gatekeep, come on.
I'll always respect you and what you've done, and you'll know that you'll always be a legend in the world of entertainment to me.
What?
Keep going
What?
as long
Okay,
as you can. Above
whatever.
all else, be sure that
I'm
at the end
sure
of the day
people
that you're
see him that
happy,
way.
love and appreciate you, man. Take. And you'll know that you'll always be a legend in the world of entertainment to me. Keep going as long as you can. Above all else, be sure that at the end of the day that you're happy, love and appreciate you, man. Take care.
You gotta look at chat. Are they crying too?
And the reason that I read that to you guys is because I want.
the, the reason why I read that email is because you guys make me happy. Like it's so hard for me to like come on stream sometimes, and I just want to say thank you. Like I have a full-time bun, and I also like got this art book, and it doesn't even have the Rat King in it, and you guys make it worthwhile. It didn't even have the Rat King in the fucking book. I was excited for the book, and the art's good. The art's good, but there's there's no Rat King. Why did Naughty Dog do Rat King dirty like that? He has like a tiny little like panel, a small panel of the Rat King, and it's like, there you go. And I told this to Cleo, and she's also appalled, and she's also like confused. But the house always wins. Makes me happy to see him in the chat saying hello. Proxycon's here, and he's like telling me how he believe that he's surprised that people think this is genuine. All right, guys, you can give me you can tip me. I have like taxes. By the way, guys, you have 3 minutes. 3 minutes to join the raffle of the viewer canvas. Do exclamation mark raffle, and you can get a chance to win. I'll be picking 2 winners, two lucky buns.
I just want you guys to understand that that means the world to me when I get a message like that. Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has. And when I read a message like that, I'm sorry that I'm tearing up like a baby. But when I read a message like that, it
Yeah,
makes me
so
feel like
sorry.
it was worth it. You know, like all the shit that happened to me and all the stress and the mental shit that I go through on a daily basis sometimes, that it's worth it because there's people out there who got something out of all of this. You know, it wasn't just some dickhead in front of a camera, doing stupid videos. That it actually meant something to people. And that means the world to me. That there's people out there that, for a decade, that they've been watching me and they've been following me and they've been watching my life evolve and how I've become a better person,
I didn't add these
admittedly,
people.
when I started, I did so many stupid things that, I didn't realize were stupid. And now I've grown and matured, especially the last 3 to 4 years. I've changed as a person and a content creator. And I realize now, we have things going on in the world right now with Black Lives Matter and stuff. And you look back at the stuff that I've done, I'm like, man, I was an
Oh,
idiot with the stuff
wow.
that I said and did, not caring about, and I realize now, we have things going on in the world right now with Black Lives Matter and stuff.
He brings up Black Lives Matter and this little segment about himself. That's
And
something.
you look back at the stuff that I've
By
done.
the way, guys, I'm gonna run another raffle because it's not counting. I didn't count these people. Like, let's see, the house always wins is included, but it doesn't. It didn't count the votes. Male pies didn't get counted. What is going on with this fucking cloud bot? It's weird. I'm gonna just do another raffle after this, so I'll pick so we'll have multiple winners, I guess. Try to make it up. I don't know why it's not counting some of your votes, some of the entries. That's really weird. I gotta find another bot. That's what I gotta do. We have a minute, so try again, guys. You have like 20 seconds. I don't know why it's not picking any more winners. If you don't get in, I'm gonna run it again. But so you guys get multiple chances. That's how cool this is gonna be. But yeah, it's so like lame to do that. Let's see. Oh, I get added. Oh no, it's over. All right, guys. Let's see who won this bullshit raffle. I don't know why Streamlabs is being very fucking picky. I'm gonna run another one after this. So I'll pick 2 winners here. I'll pick 1 winner next time. So let's pick a winner. Sponge the Bob won. You're a winner, Sponge the Bob. Type your character into chat, and it'll be in the canvas. That's winner number 1. Winner number 2 is Zombie Smasher. Congratulations, you're a winner. So we got 2 winners here. I'll wait for them to post their characters before I run another raffle. Ooh, excuse me. I'm sorry I'm burping a lot. I'm gonna run another one. I'll pick 1 winner the next raffle I run. I'm not gonna have like four winners. It's gonna take the whole slot. But I'm gonna pick 1 more after this. I'm gonna run another raffle. So don't worry, guys.
I'm like, man, I was an idiot with the stuff that I said and did, not caring about, you know, if anyone was.
Like, I like how he's pretty much saying that these movements and all this stuff made him realize this. He tells us he realizes this because he grew up. Now he's saying, oh, he realized because of these movements. Okay.
Offended or hurt by the stuff that I did, because there was thousands of people watching me, you know, and I actually, now when I get an email like that, all right, it makes me feel like people grew with me. That this whole thing, I've told you guys.
Oh God. Thanks for the YouTube sub. Brian is cool. 789. Thank you for subbing. Yo, can I get Aya Bria on the canvas? You can. Let's. Okay, so hold on. I gotta get these characters now on the canvas. Well, you got a notification on Twitter. Sad is better. That's funny. Okay. Let's see. So Sponge wants. We need father and son. I choose you. Grummash. I'll scream. And then I'm gonna get Aya Bria. Bria? Is it? Yeah, Aya Bria. Oh, from Parasite Eve. Oh, okay. Okay. I heard things about Parasite Eve. Maybe I should play that game. I just realized I'm not subbed on the sock account. That's all good. Alright. I got those 2, so I'm going to complete this. And then I'm going to start a new raffle. This time I'll only pick 1 winner. So only one of you will be lucky. Okay? So hopefully it works. Oh, wait. Let's turn on CloudBot. There you go. Hopefully it's going to work this time for some of you guys. I don't know why it didn't count some of your votes, but there you go. There you go, guys. You got another chance.
Experiment. That I felt I never knew that anything that I ever did would have that impact. People grew with me. that this whole thing, I've told you guys that this whole thing was a crazy life experiment.
Life
That
experiment, by the way.
I never knew that anything that I ever did would have that impact. When I started, it wasn't about that. It was just me having fun, dicking around. I saw Angry Video Game Nerd making videos. I was like, if this guy can do it with no budget but talent, then I
He
can do
think
it too.
he wait. He thought the angry video game nerd did it with no budget. Ooh man, he thought that's why he did it. He thinks that it took no budget, dude. Dude, it took budget. Hey, Yanks, it's going pretty good. My eyes been bothering me, but it's been pretty good. He thinks that like he had no budget. Oh man, that's rough.
Too. You know what I mean? And now I feel that over 10 years later, even if there's so many shitheads who hate me, there's at least a body of work on the internet that you guys can watch whenever you want, and you can see my evolution as a person over the last decade. And that means the world to me to get a message like that. And listen, I'm certainly not trying to downplay people who have been incredibly supportive to me on the streams and everything, but that kind of message right there, that makes it all worthwhile. It does. Like that, it touches me, and it makes me know that, you know, there are people who get it. That there are people who get it. They understand who I am and what I'm about and why I've done this as long as I have, and why I'm still doing it, and I'm not going to give up doing it, you know? That's cool. That is so meaningful to me, to know that there's people out there that it resonates. They get it. They understand that I purposely cannot give up on this, that I want to do it as long as I can, that it means something to me, and the fact that it has meaning to you guys and you understand it, you know? Thank you for that. Thank you so much. That message, I saved that purposely for months until I felt it was the right time. And I hope that you guys,
For months.
you know, I feel that there's people out there that are like that get it, but they don't want to say anything. Like I said earlier, there's people who are just so afraid of being trolled by the shitheads on the internet, but understand that none of this, what they say and does matters at all. None of it means a damn thing. None
Like,
of it.
yeah, sure. People, if you like Phil and you don't want to get whatever, but like the people go after mostly the people who like fucking antagonize the trolls. Like he has like fucking whales that go out of their way to be like, fuck the haters, the trolls are stupid, ew, all that kind of shit. But whatever. I mean, it's whatever, honestly. But I don't think a lot of people are that conscious of the trolls. It's just he's kind of promoting this us versus them mentality, which I don't think is the right approach to handle. You know.
Because it's all nonsense. It is. It's their own nonsense, their own negative spin to get attention, to create the drama, to do the stupid shit, for their own personal benefit, because they're selfish and they're weak. You know, not a single person of those people who constantly try to bring me down could have ever gone through what I've gone through in the last decade and kept doing it. They couldn't. They would have quit. They would have tapped out and ran away like the little sissies that they are. Because
I love that he's calling us sissies, right? We're sissies, right? So, where are the house tours, Phil? Why can't you do a house tour? Why can't you have Kat on stream? Now Kat was on stream. She gets trolled and she runs away, right? I guess she's a sissy. Wow, DSP, you're calling your own wife a sissy? Wow, dude, that's pretty toxic. I mean, that's fucked up. He's calling his wife a sissy. Like he's like, well, the trolls won't get fucking. If they deal with being trolled, they're gonna run away like sissies. Says the person whose wife ran away from a stream because people mentioned a song in a video that was when she was with her ex. But yeah, we're the sissies. Okay, so are you gonna do a house tour then, Phil? Fuck the haters.
they hide behind the anonymity of the internet. That's why they do it. So I really feel, I've told you guys, the whole King of Hate moniker, the reason it came to be is because I felt that when people hated on me, okay, when people hated on me, that was a motivation for me to do better and to persevere. And this message right here is saying, yeah, that's exactly what they got out of it. that no matter what people threw against me, that I don't give up, and it's helped them in the last 10 years to get through shit in their life. That means something. So thank you guys who
Nice
stuck with me.
snort.
Thank you, you know what I mean, and supported me so much. I appreciate it so much. It does mean a lot to me, okay? All right. Thank you, Mature Adult, for the 100-bit cheer. Ryan did a 347-bit cheer and said, "We're here for you, man. We appreciate you do what you do, and you never gave up."
We're here for you, man.
Here, enjoying your content more and more. All right. Actually, to $40. You probably noticed I'm messing. Reopened. Its chain is still closed. So at this point,
Okay.
makes sense.
Rad.
The next thing I'd like to talk about, guys.
Now get this. So in this stream, he has hyped up. Oh, have you ever read a heartfelt criticism? He never reads this. He never even clarifies. He never tells us, oh, this is the criticism email that he got. He just goes into the Last of Us 2 segment, then moves on and on and on, and goes on and all this other stuff. At the very end of this fucking celebration, someone mentions, Phil, what happened about the heartfelt criticism email? He tells us, oh, that was the Last of Us 2 segment. So he reads the email that was sucking his dick, but he doesn't read the email that criticized his Last of Us 2 playthrough, or give any context to the Last of Us 2 segment, so it sounded like it was just a random segment. So, why not just explain before getting into the Last of Us 2 segment that was what it was? The whole stream, people were confused, and he never clarified because he wanted to clickbait them into watching the whole stream. And then he reveals that this was the heartfelt criticism they never even fucking read.
Alright?
Alright?
The Last of Us 2 is obviously the biggest game out there right now. It's a game everyone's playing, everyone's talking about. And, of course, with a game like that, and with me playing it and doing commentary and criticisms over it, there's going to be misconceptions. There's going to be people who have legit criticism about the way that I handle the game or talk about a game. And what I'd like to talk about a little bit this morning, as an actual, chunk here of the stream, is to let you guys know my feelings this far in. Apparently, I'm a little bit over halfway into the game.
Okay, good. I thought my mic got fucked
clarify
up.
some stuff that I want to say about the game, because I admit that when I play games, I can become caught up in stuff, and I can maybe go a little bit over the top with the way that I say stuff or do stuff during a playthrough, and maybe I come across as basically saying something that I'm not really trying to say, or maybe I say it in the heat of the moment, and
guys,
I go too far.
I got new Coopix!
Last of Us 2, this is
got new Coopix, baby!
Happen. Now, in a situation that I'm talking about here, I'm not going to be talking anything about the fact that the main character of The Last of Us 2, Ellie, is apparently, a lesbian or anything like that.
Apparently.
Or anything like that at all. I could care two shits about that. I don't care that there's a possibility that there may be, a transgender person in the game or anything like that. I don't care about that. And it's funny that about that. I don't care that there's a possibility that there may be.
He doesn't care that Ellie's a lesbian, but then, so I like how it took him so long for him to be like,
is apparently,
lesbian. Apparently, he tells us in the E3 video, dude, she's like a lesbian if you play the Left Behind DLC.
Like that, or anything like that at all. I could care two shits about that. I don't care that there's a possibility that there may be, a transgender person in the game or anything like that. I don't care about that.
He fell so hard on the meme that Abby was trans. It's kind of sad because for a while a lot of people would campaign saying this calling a woman that's a woman trans for being muscular or whatever is transphobic because you're just or misogynistic because you're kind of shitting on a woman, whatever. And people would constantly say, well, it's a joke. People know it's a joke and this and that. But here's DSP proving that being the poster boy example of that joke being actually malicious. He's kind of like the standing example of that, because it's like it just shows how shitty it is to like when you spread around this false meme of Abby being trans, that people like DSP are gonna fall for it. Nah.
That's become this big hotbed of discussion about the game, that it dares to have these characters as part of the main plot line when other games don't usually do that. There's not representation for those groups properly in games. I don't think that The Last of Us 2 is any better or worse of a game because it has that representation. It's good that it's able to have that and not have backlash against it. I'm certainly not criticizing the game because of that whatsoever, okay? My criticism of the game comes in the fact that the plot is nonsensical in the way that the characters are portrayed based on what we know of the characters from the first game. That's what my issue with The Last of Us 2 is. All right. Now, I know a lot of people have issue with the, oh my God, at the very beginning of the game, there's this twist. I'm not going to spoil the game, by the way. But at the very beginning of the game, there's a twist where, oh my God, there's a plot point that no one expected, and that's horrible because this is something that we were expecting of the game to be more similar to the first game, and it's not. And several times during the game, there's flashback segments that are very similar to the gameplay of the first game, and a lot of people are like,
Oh man, I
why
wonder what
couldn't
he's
the whole
talking
game have just
about.
been that instead of what it ended up being? Okay? And fair enough, you're going to get those criticisms. But that's also not what I'm criticizing, okay? At all. Here's what I'm criticizing about The Last of Us Part 2 and why I really feel the game, why I think the plot of the game kind of sucks, okay? The portrayal of the main characters, in particular Ellie, is not well written. It's actually a record
Ugh,
of
this is
everything
bullshit.
that we were led to believe and learn about these characters and that character in particular from the first game. And I don't like that, okay? In The Last of Us 1, Ellie was a girl who was growing up during a worldwide apocalyptic crisis. Ellie was not aware of the world before spores or fungus were taking people over and turning them to these mutated creatures, and before society fell. She has only lived and existed in a world that's an apocalypse. And what was actually interesting about the plot of The Last of Us 1 was that you could see the two sides of Ellie. Like, at one side, she's just a normal girl. At the other side, she is different from girls that we know in the real world because
Whoa.
she has to
Now,
live.
I like how he's so excited about this fucking plot point, dude. How you build that
Two
up again?
sides of Ellie.
Two sides of Ellie.
Like, at one side, she's just a normal girl. At the other side, she is different from girls that we...
On two sides, one, she's a girl. Yeah, that's her gender. You're right. You're right there. She does have a vagina, and she will. In Last of Us 1, she has a vagina, and she'll grow boobs in time. You know, she's growing, dude. She's like what, 13? It's so fucking stupid. To have that be a personality side, like you're just describing her fucking design at that point. It's not really a side. It's just what she is. Okay, let's continue.
We know in the real world because she has to live with survival at every waking moment. In fact, if you remember, the first time she takes a life in The Last of Us 1, it's a big thing for her. That she actually had to take a life to save Joel's life because she never did that.
Wait,
survival
what?
At every waking moment. In fact, if you remember, the first time she takes a life in The Last of Us 1, it's a big thing for her. That she actually had to take a life to save Joel's life.
But if she has to survive, though, shouldn't she be okay with taking lives and shit? Now this is a little bullshit. Is that like, oh, she has to survive in this stuff? If you remember the first game, though, she fucked around a lot. She, like, in Left Behind, which was a prequel DLC, she sneaks out of like this QZ or whatever to go to an arcade with Riley. Fucks around in this arcade. Loses her girlfriend in that arcade area, and still fucks around and shit. She still has tendencies of a normal person. Like, come on.
because she never did that before. But over the course of the game, she grows up, she matures, and she becomes this very survivalistic person by
She doesn't mature in The Last of Us 1. This is bullshit. This is bullshit that he added to the game. If you played the first one, there's really no arc that Ellie goes through other than bonding with Joel, because that's the whole point of their relationship. It's these two people who didn't want to be, who wanted to be with each other. I mean, to Joel it was just a job. He wanted to be over with and didn't even want to do it. Ellie didn't want to be separated from Marlene because she was still kind of, she didn't get over, she hasn't gotten over the loss of Riley in The Last of Us 1. That's why she wanted to be with Marlene, because, I mean, that was like the last connection she had with Riley was through Marlene, and she didn't want to leave Marlene at that point, so she didn't want to be with Joel. And at that time, and during the course of Last of Us 1, she starts warming up to Joel, and Joel starts warming up to her, and it's this dynamic that forms. Which low-key makes Last of Us 1 a very generic plot, because so many things have done that kind of dynamic that's not really new. But it's well done. It's a well done dynamic. That people like. I mean, it's a generic one, but it's nice. It's nice to see. That being told, Marlene was her mother's friend. Yeah, it was that too, Dante Lowell. I mean, I guess I'm kind of going over that too. But Marlene was friends with Ellie's mom, as well as being like related to Riley. It was this big thing, etc. But there's a lot going on with it. And he just kind of sees it as like, well, Ellie matures. That she doesn't mature. She just kind of is there. She's still a kid at the end of the day.
by the end of the game, that's very different from the person she was at the beginning of the game. Okay, there's very humanistic things in the game. For example, at one point she finds a joke book, and she tells these cheesy puns to Joel. And at first, Joel thinks that they're just terrible, but then after a while, it becomes this way to have some human connection in a game that otherwise doesn't have a lot of that human connection, because it's always about survival.
That's so dumb, though. He acts as if like these people are like cavemen. They don't know how to talk to each other, so they use this joke book, and they communicate that way, and they have this human connection through the joke book. Dude, it's a fucking joke book. It's nothing deep. He added so much thought to that joke book, and it's just a fucking joke book. Like, it's nothing crazy. And yeah, character development happens anyway. I mean, but it's a different kind of development. It's just these two characters that are cold to each other, warm up to each other. That's the development. Ellie doesn't get more mature or less mature. She's just there. And she warms up to Joel. That's the character development. And this for him to say, well, Joel at first did not like the joke book, and then but then he realizes that this is his human connection with Ellie. That makes no fucking, that's so dumb, because they talk to each other. That's the connection. They did not warm up to each other over a fucking joke book. That's a stupid simplification or a thing that he kind of goes to. Oh my god.
Killing to survive, okay? But for me, okay, the key point about The Last of Us 1 that the sequel retcons, and I feel is terrible, that why they did that, and that's why I really don't like the plot of the sequel, is this following scene. There's actually a scene in The Last of Us 1 where Ellie runs away from Joel and Tommy, and Joel and Tommy have to go out to try to find her. Okay?
Sip
so
the
they
water.
go on this chase sequence in order to try to find Ellie. They find her in a house.
He loves this scene. It's like he's like married to this scene. He loves this goddamn scene from the first game. And this kind of is why I wanted to watch his original run of Last of Us 1, both the original and the remaster, because I want to see his reaction to that scene. I guarantee when he was going through that, he was like, she's reading a diary? You know what? Like, I'm sure it's like a fun porn, man. I'm sure he said some inappropriate joke, and he fucking, didn't care about it. I guarantee that's how he react to that scene. It's so fucking lame. He brings the scene up and he's like married to the scene. He loves the scene. It's one of his favorite scenes of the game. Personally, my favorite scene of Last of Us 1 is when I think at this point Ellie is kidnapped by these cannibals. And Joel is interrogating this one guy in this house, and it's one of my favorite scenes. I like that scene where he's like, "Oh, tell me where she is," and all this kind of stuff. I like that scene. That was like a cool scene. That's my favorite scene of the game. But he loves the scene with his diary. He loves the scene.
A diary, and the diary is from a girl, a teenage girl from before the apocalypse, before the spores hit the world and society fell. And she's reading the diary, and she looks up at Joel as he walks into the room, and he's panicked because he just found her. And she says, "Is this really what the world was like before all of this? Girls only caring about boys and and teen drama,
teen
and
drama
kind of stuff." Because the reason she reacts,
the dressing is good too.
She can't believe it. She's grown up in a world where that stuff doesn't exist. There's no luxury. All right. There's no privilege in this world to have a life full of that kind of stuff. Your every moment has to be about surviving, because you turn around a corner, there could be a stalker.
Now, what's bullshit about this scene that he's bringing up is that, as I said before, she lost her friend, Riley. She alluded to this in the original game. Oh, by the way, the raffle's over. I will reveal the winner after this, but she does slightly reference Riley about like how she lost him, all this kind of stuff. So all this stuff that she's going through is immature. She doesn't know how to handle loss very well. Like, she's like, okay, you know, I lost a friend, and she's very cold. That's why she didn't want to go with Joel, because she did not want to leave someone that she trusted and all this kind of stuff. She had this. She just didn't know how to handle it. So her dismissing that diary is just her being this like edgy little girl, like, oh yeah, they think they have it so bad, but man, clickers, man. And it's like, yeah, well, she does, and she also is a teenager. No teenager is gonna be like, yeah, man, relationship drama. DSP has this weird notion that he thinks that 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds all gossip about girls and all this stuff when they're just like, ew, to that kind of shit. I mean, not necessarily ew, but like, they don't give a fuck. They're fucking teenagers. They're just like, fuck it, we don't care, fuck it. And he thinks that every, like, it's paramount to those CEOs and when they make kids cartoons and trying to be hip and all that shit, and they're like, yeah, man, these kids care about this. And it's like, no.
Coming after you, trying to bite your head off. There's no resources. Every human is...
And the other thing is that he misses the point, is that Last of Us 2, the first thing they show you is that when Joel and Tommy pull up to their camp in Jackson, the camera pans out and you see this big fortified settlement. They have electricity, running water, a food supply, they have all this shit, right? That all shows that this settlement has a lot of privilege. They have a lot of privilege here. And DSP doesn't realize that if you take survivors and put them in an area full of privilege and safety and food, water, electricity, that they're gonna slowly start getting this sense of safety again. And they're gonna go after romance, they're gonna go after all the luxuries because they have all of this privilege. There is privilege in the world of The Last of Us. That is a key point of The Walking Dead. That's why a lot of people love The Walking Dead, because they actually brought this up. A lot of zombie movies and stories don't really touch that subject because they only focus on the relationship between zombies and people and, oh, people kill other people in this to panic to get all the resources. But with The Walking Dead and The Last of Us, they focus on these settlements that, well, what if these survivors make a camp? What if they start getting these resources again? Because in time, when you're in that situation, you're gonna naturally rebuild a community with all that. And naturally, when you have a community that has all these luxuries, it's natural for those communities to kind of bully other communities. That's why when they introduced the governor in The Walking Dead, he's Rick and his team. They're like, oh, you guys look like you guys are a bunch of bullshit here. Hey, you give me the stuff I want, and I'll give you some stuff, okay? But you gotta abide by what I say. And if you disagree with me, I have a whole army, and we have a lot of weapons. We have a lot of food. We have enough to topple you guys. So you gotta do what we say. And obviously they didn't like getting bullied, so they wanted to fight back slowly but surely. That's the fucking point. So in the Last of Us 2, you see Ellie is in this fortified camp. So of course she's gonna find a girlfriend. Of course she's gonna be like, "Hey, let's get high. Fuck it." Ah.
You to steal what you have, all right? So here's a young teen. I believe in the first game she's around 14 years old, reading the diary of another young teen from before all this apocalyptic stuff.
And The Last of Us 1 has Joel and Ellie go camp to camp to camp to camp, sleeping in places that are not fortified. So of course they're gonna be on the lookout and shit. But the thing that he keeps forgetting about this is that it's like he wants Ellie to be some damaged woman in this game and be constantly we gotta lock up the doors. Oh my god, we gotta lock up. Oh my god. Is there any clickers here? It's like he wants them all to be paranoid the whole time. Oh, wrong window.
Can't believe
Ooh.
This is what life was like beforehand. Frivolous stuff, drama and kiddie stuff, because she's never been exposed to that. She's never had the good fortune to live in that safe environment of a world. Okay?
Wrong.
And this was actually one of the best moments in the entire first game for me, because it made you realize how different the world was. And even though Ellie was a girl of that age, that she didn't know what that kind of life was like, and it actually made us
wrong. Rag, 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 rag. She did know that life. She had a girlfriend with Riley, and I like how he keeps forgetting that. He keeps forgetting that she snuck out and left behind with Riley to play arcade games and shit.
On our own lives, and think, man, when I go to the fast food place and they give me onion rings instead of fries, and I completely flip out, maybe that's a little bit kind of a privilege.
I want you guys to remember this for the review. Remember this little segment here when he's complaining how we're all snowflakes after playing The Last of Us. Just remember this.
That I live in such a protected and sheltered life that I'm angry that they gave me the wrong side food when I went to the fast food. Or when I went to Starbucks and they spelled my name wrong on my Starbucks cup. Man, and I freaked out about it. Maybe I'm a privileged little snowflake, because in real life there's way more important things to be worrying about. And the fact that we have the privilege and that ability to...
I don't know why he fucking hates that he lives in America. Of course, there's countries that have it worse. I mean, even Americans have it pretty bad. But just because you complain that they misspelled your name, no one's sitting there saying, "Woe is me, they misspelled the name." It's more of "Hey, they misspelled my name. This is fucking annoying." It's we're not allowed to complain about stuff that annoys us. And he keeps bringing this up every fucking time. And Yeah, of course people think it's a thing to still it's a Panda because Panda made the same criticism, but like he has been making the same shit even when he was with Panda Lee, but it's just a clown world. It's lame to be one of those people that are like, oh man, they misspelled my name on my fucking Starbucks cup. I mean, I kind of thought it was funny that I ordered a sandwich and they spelled my name with OE at the end, like THOE. So it was like Thoe. And I was like, my name's not Thoe, it's Theo, dude. Like, I can understand Leo. I can understand people confusing me with Leo. But Thoe? Come on. Come on.
Be angry about stupid, insignificant shit and have our lives inundated with stupid, insignificant shit and be somehow meaningful to us when there's people on this planet that day to day can't even fucking survive, you know? It puts things in perspective. All right? Really, I feel that
Why would you be put into perspective when with the Last of Us? The Last of Us has clickers. We nowhere on this planet there's clickers. So I mean, okay, Though and glow. Oh, you guys make me laugh.
scene in The Last of Us 1 was like one of the most meaningful scenes in the entirety of the game, and I felt that it was well written because of that. Okay?
Anything
Now,
back on those millennials, right?
in The Last of Us 2, okay, there are not one, not two, but multiple scenes where you've got that same character, Ellie, acting like an immature teen who's privileged and who thinks nothing of anything and could just do unsafe things, ridiculous things. And the reason that these scenes are interjected into the game are to create story development and to force themes down your throat that in reality these are
Themes.
themes that are
Marijuana is themes, dude. Marijuana, kissing Dina is a theme. So Ellie's not allowed to have a girlfriend in The Last of Us. Now, the thing that he's gonna bring up very soon. Vaguely sure there could be some infected chasing them during that part of the game, but there's a blizzard. It's very easy to lose infected in a blizzard because clickers are blind and there's a lot of wind going, so they can't really locate anything in a blizzard. I mean, the clickers are fucked. Get fucked, clickers. The runners can only go so far because they can't see because of the snowstorm. So, I mean, there really was no threat of that. And at that point, they were saying, "Hey, we should go in here. It's a snowstorm. We're gonna be here for a while." Though playing Zoe with Chloe. But yeah, I got Zoe playing Zoe with Chloe. Oh my god, you fucking guys.
completely contradictory to what we learned about Ellie as a character in the first game. All right? Spoiler alert, I'm going to talk about two critical scenes in the game that I hate and that I think don't belong in the game and actually kind of ruin the story of the game for me. All right? So, spoiler alert, if you don't want to be spoiled, skip this segment. Okay? If you haven't played the game or whatever so far. All right? In The Last of Us 2, there's a scene early on in the game where Ellie and her, I guess now you're supposed to understand, kind of a romantic interest, Dina, okay? Lesbians, are out early on in the game where Ellie and her, I guess now you're supposed to understand, kind of a romantic interest, Dina, okay? Lesbians.
Her romantic interest, Dina, lesbian.
In The Last of Us 2, there's
I
a
want to
scene
hear that
early
again.
on in the game where Ellie and her, I guess now you're supposed to understand, kind of a romantic interest, Dina, okay? Lesbians.
Romantic interest, Dina, lesbians.
Are out surviving. They're
Oh.
investigating these certain areas where they believe that they're infected, and they're trying to clear the areas of the infected. They're on a patrol together or whatever. And as they're out on this patrol, they end up running into way too many infected, way more than they had ever expected. In fact, they even said, "What's the most you've ever killed before?" Oh, maybe like 5. Oh, I've killed like 20. They run into way more than that. in this segment of the game. Okay? To the point where they're desperate for survival. All right? They know that this is way more serious than they expected it was going to be. And they've got to really use all their survival skills to get out of this situation because they're basically out there alone. The two of them, there's no one to help. No one knows where they are. It's a bad situation. At one point, they get caught in a blizzard. So now not only are the infected on the hunt coming after you, right, ready to kill you, but now they're lost in a blizzard and don't know where the hell they are. Eventually, they stumble upon a house that belongs to someone who used to be part of their settlement but passed away. Apparently, he was elderly. His name was Eugene. He was an elderly guy who had a stroke. Come to find out, when they find his place, this guy was actually used to be a firefly. So there's some good plot development and everything in there. And if that's where they had left it, I would have said that's a great part of the story, all right? But now we get to the part of the game that's bullshit and completely retcons everything we know. So they're on the run from infected who they know are on their heels and are seeking them out. There could be infected around the corner. There could be infected anywhere. They start searching Eugene's underground stronghold, secret base, whatever you want to call it, and they find a weed growing area.
Ew.
I don't know what we would want to call it. Well, an underground hydroponic greenhouse or whatever, where basically he was growing all this weed, marijuana area. Basically, it's like I don't know what we would want to call it. Well,
isn't it pronounced marijuana, not marijuana?
Or whatever. Where basically he was growing all this weed, marijuana. Okay, so they bar the door. Wow, like that's a guarantee. They don't even clear the area.
Now this part I want to kind of address because I was thinking about this too. When you arrive at this library, the first thing you do...
Life insurance
my god.
Oh man. Keep talking.
Smoking the doob man. Gotta choke the ganja.
Thanks to the 420.
Drugs are very serious themes. Spoiler alert, Dave's side Paul acts like an old man and can't handle any kind of romance regardless of race or sexual preference or any mention of weed. Maybe raffle time?
Oh, guys, you guys are getting spoiled again. Another raffle. Speaking of which, I should just pick the winner of this one. So who is the winner of this one raffle? Tomek Zarnecki? Tomek, you are a winner. Congratulations. Type in your character. I don't know if you're still in chat. You should. I think you are still in chat, to be honest. To call you out, Tomek, I think you're still here, okay? You're not fooling me, you're still here, buddy. Type in your character and then I'll start the new thing, okay? And then, so anyways, I was thinking about this. You arrive at the library. The first thing you fucking do is loot and look around. So I'm sitting there saying to myself, the game is probably making the assumption that this gameplay portion is Ellie clearing the area. She's going around. She's looting, and the game's probably assuming if you see an enemy, you're gonna kill it. So, I mean, that's the whole point. That's the whole assumption. And it's also a snowstorm, so the infected can't really chase you down because it's a snowstorm. It's gonna cover, and smoking weed isn't like smoking alcohol. Yeah, you could smoke that shit. Try it. It's not like drinking alcohol where like it's gonna take a while for that to go through your system to the point where you might have to sleep if you drink a lot of it. Weed is like. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to like do anything either. I mean, there's been numerous studies that people have performed better stoned than they are when they're drunk. But whatever. Oh my god, wrong window again. I'm a bede.
There's no segment where you thoroughly go through this area to make sure that there's no infected or whatever. But they start looking at things in the weed growing area and finding stupid shit like porno tapes and shit. It's stupid as fuck. It's lowbrow humor writing. Then they suddenly decide, well, let's just stay here. Let's not try to find resources to survive.
They literally said in that cutscene, not saying, hey, let's stay here. Loki from the Avengers? You got it. I'll draw that. But like they didn't sit there and say, "Hey guys, let's stay here." They said there's like we're gonna be here for a while because we're waiting for the storm to clear.
Let's not try to clear the area or hunker down and make sure that everything is safe. Instead, let's smoke weed. This isn't exactly sounding like the Ellie I know from the first game, okay? So, of course, then they smoke weed, and because we're pushing an agenda in this game, in the writing of the game, we've got to have a love scene between the two girls, right? I'm not against that, fine, but it doesn't make sense in the writing of the game and the story we know about Ellie. She would never do this. She's a survivalist, right? She said in the first game, I'm not all about that. She would be completely locking.
She didn't say that she wasn't about that though. She never said that though, and she was 14, so like, you know, you see a lot of dumb shit when you're a fucking teenager. I mean, it's like you really can't hold a lot against people when for half the shit they say when they're a teen.
Down the building, getting resources and getting ready to get your ass back out there to survive. She wouldn't be smoking weed and having this stupid fucking scene that's completely
again, DSP just wants her to be a paranoid, damaged woman going around like, oh my god,
and stupid. In fact, after that scene happens, okay, another person from their settlement stumbles upon them in an embarrassing reveal. Oh my god, I can't believe I just stumbled upon this happening. And he doesn't even really react in a way I would expect if he's the person in charge of settling this stupid fucking.
Hold on, I want to hear something.
She would be completely locking down the building, getting resources, and getting ready to get your ass back out there to survive.
Wait. So Ellie would lock down the place, get supplies, then leave immediately, right? During a snowstorm. Doesn't that sound a little more irresponsible? You're going back out after you lock down the place to go back in the snowstorm where you could die easily? Wouldn't it be more? And it's also kind of shitty to assume that Ellie would just put herself in harm's way just to save some randos. They did, and then he said that the way they locked it was incorrect. She should be freaking out and getting all the furniture to put it in front of the door. Okay? Obviously. It's a weak argument that he has, and it's this kind of clown world that to believe this.
Survive. She wouldn't be smoking weed and having this stupid fucking scene that's completely irresponsible and stupid. In fact, after that scene happens, okay, another person from their settlement stumbles upon them in an embarrassing reveal. Oh my god, I can't believe I just stumbled upon this happening. And he doesn't even really react in a way I would expect if he's the person in charge. He'd be
now, get this. Jesse shows up in that scene, and DSP saying that he doesn't reprimand them for doing that, right? Guess what? Wrong. He did. He told them, you know that people are counting on you. You know, the only thing that's a little inappropriate, whatever. He kind of shits on them for it. And now he's saying that he doesn't do it. Wow, he really paid attention, huh?
I can't believe the two of you are being so irresponsible. There are people missing and dying out there right now. In fact, there's a critical scene where Joel and Tommy are missing, and they should have been out there looking for them, but instead they're doing this frivolous shit.
Now, that's also shitty to blame them for. Like, they should be out there looking for them. They didn't know they were missing. Dude, did he like facepalm so hard that the noise rung out his ears? Because they literally did not know they were missing. Why would they assume they were missing? Ellie trusted Joel that he can handle himself. Why would she magically know that they're missing? Jesse knew they were missing because he was supposed to meet up with them, and they didn't meet up. So he goes there to say, "Hey, you know that they're missing?" And they're like, "What the fuck? Holy shit! This is information we didn't know. This is like nonsense."
So directly upon their own irresponsible actions, bad things could be happening in the world. It's like, you're proving my point, all right? But the guy who even stumbles upon them doesn't even say, "I can't believe you're doing this. It's so irresponsible." In fact,
He
he's like, "Oh,
did.
I'm so embarrassed that I stumbled upon it." As if saying that
Wow,
it's
though.
okay.
He did.
Right?
He did
It's
though.
not. It's bad writing. It makes no fucking sense in the context of the game and the world that we've been living.
Well, I wouldn't say sucking Xbox's penne because he's shitty about them too. He is just shitting on The Last of Us 2 because everyone is, and he doesn't want to rock the boat with his chat. And again, like, I'm not saying that, like, I did a review on The Last of Us 2. I did a whole video on it. And I think there's stuff that's bad about it, but I don't think that it's... But, like, he's being so petty about everything. It's ridiculous. Like, it just doesn't even sound like he's being, like, honest.
Been done in the Last of Us franchise is undone by poor scenes in The Last of Us 2. There's another one. Okay? There's another scene that happens. Later on, it's Ellie and Dina going out, and in this case, they're chasing a group of people. They're desperately chasing a group of people. They're also trying to find someone who's from their group who's also chasing this group of people. Time is of the essence. I can't emphasize, the whole point is they're running out, they're abandoning the settlement they live with because they need to stay on the heels of these people as they escape into Seattle. If they don't move at maximum speed and do everything they need to do right away, they could lose the trail of these people and they'll get away scot-free for something that they did. That they can't let that happen. Ellie is enraged at what's happened in the game and needs to track and find these people, okay? So you're going through Seattle investigating.
Oh, this is good.
And they happen upon a bookstore.
Oh, this is the
bookstore.
This is the vest celebration, by the way. So we're gonna get to the review momentarily. There's this stuff here that's gonna come in handy when we go to the review.
A guitar. Now this is a reference to an earlier scene where Joel, when things were fine, was playing the guitar for Ellie at the settlement when they were safe. Okay, fair enough. That scene makes sense. You're out in Seattle. It's not safe. There's infected everywhere. All right? You need to be completely safe. You need to do things to be a survivalist in this situation. Ellie decides to pick up a guitar and play a fucking song. And
now he's saying this, right? And I know the outsider brought that up too and kind of agreed with Phil on this, but where I draw the line with this is that the game doesn't force you to do it. This whole segment with the guitar is optional. You could play the game and never come across that scene of her playing Take On Me. It's only high chance you'll run into it because you're gonna be exploring everything. It's an optional location. The game kind of makes it obvious that, hey, you don't really need to go there because they tell you where to go. So like this is completely optional, and he's kind of faulting the game for having it. And I get it. I can understand that it does semi drag it down a bit. However, I also would say that they know they're part of the WLF. So there's a high chance that Abby is going to be in Washington for a while. I don't think the WLF is going to move to Maryland anytime soon to be the MLF, to be the MILFs. The MILFs. That's going to be Last of Us 3. Ellie's going to go to Maryland and run to the MILFs. So I'm whatever with it. I low-key liked it just how dumb it was, I guess. But it has some human quirks to it, but it's just kind of like this optional thing, and he's kind of shitting on it. If you're gonna shit on the guitar segment, then you should really be shitting on the game for being open world in that particular part as well. oh my god, the game allows you to go to other buildings and has a big open map. They should just put you on a fucking linear path, dude. To be fair, I can kind of see it being... yeah, I get that too. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that the criticism is wrong, but I also wouldn't say that it's a major issue with the story, because it's an optional thing. So you can kind of deduce for yourself that, hey, I don't want to do this and go on. But I get that too. I'm like, I'm in between with it. I'm not like one way or the other with it.
On Me, which is a 1980 song, whether you like the song or not, I actually like the song. The rendition of the song was good, but
oh yeah, this is the other thing. He said that the rendition of the song was good, but when she was doing it, he said that it was coffee house bullshit. He hated it. He hated her version of it, and now he's telling us that you like that version of "Take on Me." Okay,
it's so uncharacteristic of the character and of anything that we're again being told. Ellie's supposed to be someone who grew up in the apocalypse. This stuff is frivolous to her, okay? Why is she picking up a guitar in a building where there could be infected, hearing the song being played, and coming to kill her because she's being a fucking idiot about it? Play the song nicely, just take your time, right? Now,
there's a lot of dumb shit in the first game too. Is he gonna really pretend that this is the first game to have that? You could do a lot of bullshit too. Remember the scene with that guy from Hartford, where they're in this house and they're reenacting motorcycle noises? What about that, dude? They could like hear them doing that noise and break in. Why did they do that, man? Come on.
of course,
Of course.
of course, you're going to have people who are going to say, well, this is a humanizing moment. This is a moment where Ellie is trying to be a normal person, a normal teen. Fine.
Fine.
If you want to do that,
not in my game,
in context of what's considered a safe space, okay. If you're back at the settlement in a safe house, you're in the middle of fucking Seattle.
Now, at the end of the game, when Ellie tries to play guitar, he hated that scene too. He was like, "Oh my god, play guitar!" But like, she's in a safe space playing guitar. Why is that such a bad thing? Come on.
Where there's monsters around you everywhere, ready to kill you, and now's the time to pick up a guitar and start playing a song. Okay.
All right.
This is what irks me about.
Okay, so I'm gonna do Loki as well. Let me get this set up. So let's see. The Avengers. Loki. Oh wait. There we go. Got that. And now I'll start a new raffle. A new raffle, guys. You'll have 20 minutes. Same as always. Is it working? If not, I might have to turn on... Okay, good, it's working. So you guys can enter the raffle again.
The game, and I'm going to be honest, there's probably more that's going to be in the game like this. There's probably going to be more in the game just like this that's going to piss me off, because all you're doing is you're retconning everything we learned about the world, everything we learned about the character in the original game for the sake of pushing an agenda. And I don't care about your agenda. I just don't. I'm sorry. Like, I understand. Do we need representation of certain kinds of characters in games? Sure. And I'm okay with that. But don't ruin the world building you've done and undo the writing you did in the game of the year of 2013 to push an agenda in 2020. That's what I don't like about it. That's what's pissing me off. And the further I get into the game, the worse the writing's getting, to the point where it's laughable. And some people, I think, took it as, well, when you have a scene where someone's picking up a guitar and humanizing, Phil's just an immature jerk who makes fun of that, and he's always going to laugh about it and make fun of it, so you just have to understand that's how he is. To some extent, you're right. Over the years, if you always take...
I love that people hold him accountable for what he says. He tells us, when you see me play the game, you'll get my honest reactions. And then when people call him out on it, they says, well, of course I'm joking in heat of the moment, man. Then when someone says, okay, so do you speak in heat of the moment? Maybe he's exaggerating. And now he has to explain that again. Oof.
These more serious scenes or more.
Yeah, what kind of agenda is he talking about? It's so obvious he's just going off the bandwagon of like, oh, they're being a lesbian in the game and a trans character in the game. That must be agenda pushing. And this is kind of meme tier to assume immediately like, oh, gender equals agenda. It's the quality of the writing and how the story is written that you could say it's an agenda, but the stuff that's going on in The Last of Us 2, there's really no agenda other than like talking about the cycle of hatred and hate and how it's bad, etc. And he thinks that that's an agenda. I would laugh if DSP was the bloater in The Last of Us 2.
More meaningful scenes. Take a look at Life is Strange when the girl picks up the guitar and starts playing, or Metro from last year where the guy picks up a guitar and starts. I'm always gonna make fun of it. That's what I do. I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to entertain an audience. Okay, but at the same time, you have to understand that there is some kind of legitimate criticism behind what I'm saying, and I feel that I had to kind of express myself better because maybe I wasn't coming across as expressing myself properly in the playthrough. That Neil Druckmann, all right, is literally ruining his own game franchise by pushing agendas down our throats rather than worrying about the overall world building and the thing that he created that made his first game great. I hate to say it, but Neil Druckmann is like George Lucas. George Lucas was a creative genius in the 1980s.
He really loves this George Lucas comparison.
Star Wars films, the Indiana Jones films, everything he did was gold. Although he had a few missteps there with like Howard the Duck and stuff.
Now, I like how he only names the big properties, right? But he did another movie back in the day. It was called, what was it called? American Graffiti. I saw that movie last night. American Graffiti is actually pretty good. I think it's a really good movie. I think American Graffiti is George Lucas's best film. I don't think Star Wars is good. I like the original trilogy. Return of the Jedi is really good. Neil Druckmann's like George Lucas because they had a stride and then they started going crazy with bad products, dude. So they're the same. But
Stuff like
okay.
that. But George Lucas was a genius.
But the other thing is that with a lot of these other movies, though, he had other people working on it. Like with Star Wars, he had no flexibility to really tell the story, to have full control. He had other people working with him on that story. When he did the prequels, everyone that worked with him was just a yes man. Oh, George, you want this? Yeah, okay, let's do it, man. George wants Jar Jar Binks. Put him in. Like, they gave him too much. Reviews. Oh, I thought it was George Lucas. Ron Howard was in it, but I think George Lucas directed it. Maybe Ron Howard had a writing role in it, but I think George Lucas directed it. I think. Druckmann's stride was Last of Us 1, dude. He did good in that game, and then he lost his way. But like Star Wars just kind of had its like he had to please he had to go through so many people to get that movie to come out. The prequels was just full of yes men, all that shit. I wouldn't say George Lucas is a bad director, but I don't even think he was like a great one either. He was just good. He had good works and bad works. Come on. Red Tails. I never seen Red Tails. I should. I heard about that too.
At that point. Then in the 1990s, George Lucas decided, I want to do things differently. I want to redo my original Star Wars trilogy and interject CGI into them, ruining the films. I want to make a trilogy prequel that's so badly written just for the sake of doing over-the-top action with shit. You know what I mean? Like,
I love that he thinks that George Lucas was like, yeah, I'm gonna make a movie that has a bad story. Yeah. Yeah, that's what he said.
The prequel trilogy with the original trilogy, and you would literally think that it was a different person who made the films. No, it was George Lucas. He made the prequel trilogy. They're terrible movies, but he made them because he's a hack. He basically he lost his way at some point and became this guy who became more about pushing agendas and using technology and doing things in this weird way that he felt was now the new way of doing it, that he didn't care that he was ruining his own universe. It took a long time to repair that. You know what I mean? And even today,
what does he mean to repair? George Lucas did the prequels, and then he's saying that it took a long time to repair that. What was there to repair? No, what does that even mean? What does that mean that they had to repair it? People still like Star Wars all the same when the prequels came out and all that shit. Like, what does that mean to repair? What does that mean? I'm so confused. What does that mean?
now the Star Wars universe is basically torn apart by when they try to do new things, people can't agree anymore.
And they said like they blacklisted George Lucas. They didn't really blacklist him. Well, actually, I guess George Lucas blacklisted himself, dude. George Lucas sold the movie to Disney, so he blacklisted himself. Big ups to George Lucas, dude.
On what's good or not. And in a lot of ways, people liked the original trilogy as a standalone thing that was kind of like untouchable in pop culture until George Lucas decided to continue to ruin it in the 90s with his re-releases and everything. Okay? So I hate to say it, but that's kind of what Neil Druckmann has done here. He took this game that maybe he didn't even intend it, but this game became this gold standard for storytelling and gameplay balance in a game in 2013.
Oh, the golden standard? Yikes. Yikes, dude. I would not say that. I like Last of Us 1. I like that game. Great game, but saying that's the gold standard is a bit of a stretch. I would not say Last of Us 1 was a gold standard.
It's a game that when you play it at face value, it's amazing. Alright? It's amazing. And now he's undone all of that greatness with cheap laughs that are completely immature. By the way, I didn't even mention the insane puerile humor that he put into Last of Us 2 that was not present in the first.
I love how he's so triggered about the puerile humor, Mr. Shitty Dicks, Dirty Diaper Honda. Like, this guy shits on Neil Druckmann for having, like, such lame jokes, but this guy goes into vivid detail about poop. Poop! He talks about fucking poop in massive detail, and he's shitting on Neil Druckmann for having a doodle of boobs and dicks. I would much rather have boobs and dicks than poop jokes.
First game, stupid, sexual jokes and references and just dumb shit that it's just, again, out of character for the franchise. It does feel like someone completely different wrote The Last of Us Part 2 versus The Last of Us 1. And it blows me the fuck away. It does. It blows me away that this apparently is the same guy, and this is what he thought was a good advancement of his game franchise. And again, it almost makes me feel like he let it get to his head. He let the positivity and the popularity of Last of Us 1 completely cloud his mind and make him think that he's untouchable and he could do whatever he wants without caring about his audience. And he made a piece of donkey shit. Which sucks because the gameplay of the game I feel is much improved. The graphics.
Now, this is also low-key kind of unfair to Neil. Well, in general, I should say. I think it's shitty to assume that creatives should make games to please fans 100%. Because I don't think we should have stories that just pander and pander and pander to fans. Like, people complain about stuff pandering to agendas and all that kind of shit, but I think pandering to fans is like the worst thing you can do. Because you'll just get like such weak shit, and you don't get like, you can say whatever about Last of Us 2 taking risks about killing off Joel in the beginning of the game and all that kind of stuff, but I appreciate the risks. I think even hearing the leak before I played the game, I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, they killed Joel. I'm curious to see how that plays out. I mean, I appreciate the risk. There's more to appreciate when stories take those kind of risks, because it's very rare to see a story do that. So
Things about Last of Us Part 2 that seem like it's a crazy big advancement over the first game, but he literally ruined the game with the writing. And that's my opinion. You guys can completely and utterly disagree with me, and that's okay. And please understand something. If you like the game and you like all the things I just called out about the game and you think that they're fine, that's perfectly all right. I'm not trying to insult anyone and say that your opinion's wrong. Sadly, I think that sometimes when I'm playing a game like this, I come across very opinionated to the point where people think, wow, well, if I disagree with Phil, apparently he's feeling that, my feeling, how dare I actually like the songs in the game or these scenes in the game. You may sound like
he keeps saying, "How can he defend this? How can he defend this? How can he defend this?"
Making fun of me. That's not my intention at all. I hope you guys understand that. I'm not trying to insult. I'm not trying to bring down what you like. You can like what you like. That's okay. There's always going to be people who like stuff that I don't like, and I'll like stuff that you guys don't like. That's perfectly acceptable. I apologize wholeheartedly to anyone who may feel offended that I'm playing the game and giving this kind of criticism and feeling that maybe I'm striking out at you for liking it. It's okay for you to like stuff I don't like. But personally, for me, it's very, very hurtful to me. Because in 2013, I played a game that I felt was the epitome of what you could do with video games at that time. And now I'm playing a sequel that's not even close. Because the guy decided that his shit didn't stink, and he can completely rewrite his own rules of his own universe that he established just because he wants to, you know? And that pisses me off. Because I bought in. I invested. I loved that game. I bought it twice. I bought the original and I bought it on PS4, and I was ready.
He acted as if he bought the remaster because he really loved the game. He bought the remaster to get views. But, okay.
Be an amazing game, and not to say that there's not parts of the game that aren't great, because there are, but the parts that are terrible are fucking terrible, and it's really making me angry, you know? So hopefully now I've expressed myself a little bit better. You guys understand where I'm coming from, and again, I apologize if I came off badly in the playthrough so far. Fair enough? A few shout-outs here.
I live by a code in life that I only like things Phil likes.
Older and can be different, but it feels like poor writing, not character development. The story's off-putting. It just doesn't feel thought-provoking like the original game. I 100% agree with you. Now, I'm only about halfway through the game. Maybe my jaw will be dropped. I'll be blown away at the second half. I don't know. But that's my take after playing the game for about a week. That's my
There's nothing to think about in Last of Us 2. I mean,
Cold Zero cheers you. Why are you ranting? We don't care. Well, then, Cold Zero, don't be here. Leave. If you don't care about what a content creator has to say, then leave. You don't have to be here. You don't have to waste your time watching something you don't care about. Bye.
Bye.
Ocelot cheered and said, "All hail the Druckmann World Order." Very nice. And then Cold Zero insulted me. So now Cold Zero can get banned from the chat for the rest of the stream. All right, maybe if Cold Zero stops
apologizes
and realizes that it's not all about him, he can come back at a future date, but now he will not be here for the rest of today, and maybe he'll learn his lesson. Ryan cheers and ignore the haters, and I am going to. I handled it, and it's over with.
Handled it, got handled.
All right,
dude.
So here's the deal. My food is supposed to arrive within anywhere from 10 minutes to 40 minutes. I don't know when the food's gonna arrive.
I like how Code Zero gets called the hater immediately when he wasn't Code Zero. I'm pretty sure was like a regular, but whatever. Guys, I am getting hungry. I might get food myself. So I'm gonna, let's see what time is it. So DSP is still not live because he's doing Ask the King today. So I'm just gonna do this, do that, and then I'm gonna let you guys watch something else as I get my food ready. Because I'm getting hungry. It's lunchtime for me. What should I put on for you guys? No, not doing that. If it's like that weird, it must be bad. You know what I mean? Jeez. What should I put on? You know what? I'll just put Snort Burnell on shuffle. If I can. I don't know if I can, guys. Is there a playlist? All the clips. This is how you don't devour. What? What is this?
Oh no.
Alright, I'll be back, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Last year when I played Resident Evil Remake, I took a bunch of shit from people because I picked normal difficulty. Everyone then jumped on my ass and said, "Oh, you picked normal. Don't you know that in Resident Evil, normal is easy. Easy is super easy. Hard is normal. And then super hard challenging mode is normal hard." What? Like, when I look at this, I say, the game's telling me there's 3 difficult settings. Easy, normal, and hard. So if I play normal, that should be fucking normal. But now people are already, I've gotten like 10 people tweeting me, "You gotta play on hard, because hard is normal." What? How does this make sense? So now I gotta make the decision, right? If I play on normal, and we have a fun playthrough, oh, I didn't actually beat the game because I beat it on easy. If I pick hard, and I'm dying a million times, and then the playthrough's boring because Phil keeps dying, well, it's because I picked hard, which isn't normal, or is it normal? What is normal? Fuck yeah, I'm picking easy. Alright, no we're not. Fine, I'll pick hard.
Okay. The door to safety is shut. There is no turning back.
There's zombies everywhere. That's the train conductor. Oh god! Nice! What the fuck? You son of a bitch! Alright. Oh, what the fuck? I already killed you! I killed you, dick! You motherfuckers came back to life! No! Don't bite me! Ah! You fucking son of a bitch! You fucking jerk. That's another ink ribbon. Oh, it's very nice. Nice antique typewriter. Fuck you! I can't hit this fucking dog! Come on, man! Fuck! Ain't this a bunch of shit? Fuck is it? I can't hit this dog, dude! Oh my god! So much for modernized controls. I can't hit your dog at all. I'm so fucked. I have like low health now, and I can't fucking shoot the dog. I can't shoot it, look! Wow, nice modernized controls. The auto aim doesn't work. She just aims for the floor and doesn't actually hit the fucking dog. Yeah, modern controls my ass. Oh my god. What the fuck? She's not hit. Dude, I told you. She's not aiming for the enemies. The auto aim sucks. She fucking just fires wildly and doesn't actually hit the enemies standing in front of you. Great fucking auto aim. These zombies are identical. Look, they're the same fucking zombie. God damn it, I wasted a bullet. The same exact zombie. The game couldn't spawn 2 different zombies? No, it's the same zombie. Oh, fuck! Thought I was gonna get by him, but I didn't. Let us save. Yes.
You cannot carry this item now. Ah!
Are you for fucking real? Oh my god. That was close. Almost out of ammo. Still fucking not dead, are you kidding me? Okay. How many shots does it take to kill this fucking thing? I was shooting the tail the whole time. Are you kidding me? I wasted all my ammo. Oh my god. I have no ammo. I can't fight it anymore. Great. Because I was supposed to know you can't shoot the scorpion's tail, or the bullets deflect off of it. Ow! Fucking dick, come over here. No! I got it!
God.
Why are there flaming fucking zombies? Just came from here, there was no fucking flaming zombies. Okay. You getting back up or you dead? Here he comes. No. Is he dead? Good, good, good. Fucking shit, I can't. Well, that was fast. It wasn't even me who died. Stupid AI died. It just fucking stood there and took it. Come on. Doesn't count. I don't count that as a death. I didn't die. Nice auto aim where she fucking fires wildly in the wrong direction. Ew. The fuck was that sound effect? That was gross. You came back up, of course. Alright, he's dead. We're gonna count separately. Times when I die and times when the computer dies because it's fucking stupid. So far we got one really stupid computer death. Alright, zombies are dead. What the fuck is still... Give me a break! How many fucking times I gotta shoot this stupid thing? Rip his fucking head off with my bare hands. Oh, man. It's fucking Terminator zombies. Stay dead. They're Terminators. You want some too. It's identical to the other one. Why do they keep putting identical zombies in the same cars? They can't do... Oh my god.
Oh no!
I have no ammo. I can't fucking fight this thing. I'm gonna heal myself. There.
I'm back! I'm back, everyone.
That was fucking close as hell, dude.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Where's... There. You guys are gonna have fun lip smacks with
Oh
me now.
no.
I'll put that there for now, at least.
Okay, we can try to kill this fucking guy ninja style. Ready? Ninja style. Ready?
People always taking the high road. I enjoy revenge for what it was worth. Okay, so we're gonna.
Fuck you!
Oh. You know, I kind of want to watch that playlist. That was I did not know he had that playlist, dude.
Hello, everyone. Dark Side.
All right, so let's get into this. Actually, let's do one more thing. One more place to go to. Did I sub to the outsider of this game? Yeah, I did. We're gonna go to one portion of his latest video.
Yo, when
I'm gonna see if I can find it. No, it was before that. It was when he paused. There.
Well, now we know why we seen her so vicious in the trailers.
We will in time, Dante Lowell.
So the thing is, in a normal game playthrough, I probably would have been like shocked. I probably would have been like my jaw dropping and hitting the floor. I would have been freaking out, right? But sadly, we already knew that was going to happen because that was one of the major things that was spoiled all over the internet over 2 months ago. So if anything, all right, the major spoiler's done with. Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. Okay, that was the major spoiler of the game. Now, I'm only 2.5 hours into the game and it's already happened. So this is actually... what's more shocking to me is that just happened so early in the game because I thought that this would have happened much later. You would think that if you're going to kill off one of the main characters of the first game, the one that everyone loved...
Now, I think that would be really stupid for Joel to die at the end of this game. For the kind of story that Last of Us 2 is trying to tell, having Joel die at the end is really dumb. Because I mean, unless you're telling the story through Abby's perspective, I could see that, but it wants to also go into like revenge and all this kind of stuff, so it kind of makes sense for them to kind of kill him early on in the game. As I said in my review, I think it should have been like a quarter in, and it should have just focused. You should have just played as Joel the whole time, and then you die. You know, that way you get some like your bearings with the new game, all that kind of shit. So maybe it was too soon, but the outsider and the other detractors also disrespect my opinions, and it's why I'm considering retiring from making DSP videos. Do what you want, Mitch. To be honest, I mean, I've been opinionated too on many things. I don't try to take it personally with other people as well. I mean, I'm well aware that the outsider does not like this game because of these choices, and I'm not gonna hold it against him. I mean, people have many opinions on anything. I'm not gonna. But you should just do what feels right to you. I mean, if it's weighing on you and it's getting in the way of you making videos, then yeah, maybe take a break from it. And, take a break, do what you want, and then if you really want, you can go back to it. But I would say just if that's getting in the way, take a break. Sometimes that happens to me too. Like, sometimes when I get heated. I back off, and I just try to do my own thing. So, I'm not gonna fault people for their opinions for a lot of the stuff.
You know what I mean? That they would have done that at the end of the game. They do it right at the beginning. So, in reality, this was something that probably would have been like, holy fucking shit, never expected, jaw-dropping. But I already got spoiled. Almost everyone got fucking spoiled all over the internet 2.5 months ago. You know, it was the beginning of April when that spoiler hit the internet. So it sucks ass. Because now I'm going to play the rest of the game and hopefully enjoy it. Because now I know the spoiler's out of the way. And I know that the spoiler was true. So thank God it's out of the way. But at the same time, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I don't feel anything. I don't. Like, I probably would have been, like, sad.
That's fine, man.
Angered and everything. Because it's a character that you really liked from the first game. Admittedly, though, in The Last of Us 1, at the end of the game, you feel like he's kind of like a villain almost. Because even though he was the protector of Ellie the whole game, he killed everyone in that hospital at the end of the game who was innocent. Right? And they were looking for a cure to save humanity, and he killed them all to save Ellie, and then he lied to Ellie and never told her the truth. So, admittedly, by the end of Last of Us 1, you had that moral dilemma, and some people think, wow, Joel's like the ultimate protector, good guy, and other people felt, wow, Joel's actually an evil mass murdering dickhead who only cared about himself. So for me, I was always kind of torn between both sides, and I didn't really know which way to feel. But this would have been like, oh my god, jaw-droppingly shocking.
Now look at that. Okay, so that's why I wanted to show that part. He says, oh, well, I would have been shocked that, not that pros. I was torn between Joel, like, he was a bad guy, man.
Hello, everyone.
So he says that, right? How, oh man, he's such a bad guy, right? Now let's watch this. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Darkside Phil. I have not reviewed a game in quite some time. I've become a live
Now, again, last time he reviewed a game was when he played Kingdom Hearts 3. Another game that had very critical reception, and it got a lot of clickbait. So, yeah, you know why DSP did that review.
Never review games, but I am about to review a game that was so controversial, and so many people asked me over the course of the 2.5 weeks or so that I was playing it about what was my opinion, what do you think, what about this, what about the controversy, that I said I would review the game in a live stream style format like I'm doing right now once I completed it. Literally moments ago, the credits rolled, we saw the end of The Last of Us Part 2, and I am going to review it for you live right here. Alright, I've got a lot to say about this game, so please bear with me. I'm going to try to do it as best as possible in an objective and then a subjective manner. Meaning when I review games, I basically try to balance it. And I try to say, objectively, here's what's good, and subjectively, here's what's good and bad, etc. So that you kind of get an idea, alright?
This is bullshit. This is such a terrible fucking review. This is literally him just not having a backbone. Like, it's fine to have an opinion, Phil. Like, this is so bullshit. You say, oh, I'm gonna give you, like, this and that. This review, this opinion, that opinion. Dude. It's okay to have an opinion. It's okay to like the game. It's okay to hate the game. Like, I appreciate more when people are, like, honest with their opinions. Like, I'm fine if people don't want to buy the game because they think that the story is bad and whatever. That's fine. That's at least like an opinion to have. But to be like be wishy-washy like this is such trash. And to sit there and be like, well, I'm gonna try to say this and that. Like, you don't need to please anyone in your review. The whole point of reviews is to tell your own opinion on the thing that you watched or played.
From different perspectives if you're going to like the game or not. I'm going to approach it in this manner. I'm going to approach this game from two angles. The first angle I'm going to approach The Last of Us Part 2 from is objectively based on gameplay mechanics, length of the game, quality of the game, from two angles. The first angle I'm going to approach The Last of Us Part 2 from is objectively based on gameplay mechanics, length of the game, quality of the gameplay, graphical fidelity, that kind of stuff.
That kind of stuff,
Then
dude.
we're going to address the story. Why am I splitting it up in such a half and half kind of a...
Every review always divides their reviews like this. So many reviews sit there and say, okay, the gameplay of this game is this. Alright, let's talk about the story. The story is this. Oh, the graphics and presentation is this. Every review does this. No review breaks it, like, does it all at once in no organization. So him pretending that this is some, like, magical thing that, oh, I decided to break it down it's kind of funny. It's kind of silly, dude.
Deal, because it's very simple. This game is really polarizing people, mostly dependent on the story. It has really nothing to do with the gameplay mechanics, although I have heard some people be critical of the gameplay, which we'll talk a little bit about. I think most people's issue with The Last of Us Part 2 is with the story. And therefore, that's why we're going to focus primarily on splitting the two subjects so you get a good idea of what to expect with this game. The gameplay mechanics of The Last of Us Part 2 are great, in my opinion. All right? What they do is they take the gameplay elements from the original game and they elaborate upon them. They build upon them. They make it more complex, more modernized, and they allow you to experience basically like a variety of gameplay, even though you're really doing the same thing the whole game. Allow me.
You didn't really do much. I mean, the added jump and going prone. They did add skill trees. I don't know why people didn't bring that up, but like in Last of Us 1, you had one skill tree to go through. Last of Us 2 at least gave you like multiple trees to upgrade in. So they give you good options. But I wouldn't say this is a major upgrade from the first game. It's still overall the same game from the first game, which is most every sequel in reality. Yeah, skill trees, like, the skill trees you have to unlock by getting magazines. If you get certain magazines, they'll give you, like, okay, this skill tree is, like, you get health, endurance. You might get one that's more specialized in crafting. Then you might get one that's specialized in weapon handling. You get one that's specialized in combat. So there's specific trees that you can get in the game. You eventually get all of them. The game just throws them at you at one point. Like, if you miss, they hide them in the game. So you can run into them early in the game if you look hard enough and if you find them. If you don't find them in the beginning, the game will just give it to you later on. Like, okay, here, take it. So they have that kind of feature in the gameplay, which is good. I do like that they hide them so that you could get them all. Like, I don't know how much you could get them early, but you can find some of them early. Like in my playthrough and his playthrough, he found some stuff that earlier than I did. Like, he found this one magazine about that helped Ellie with bow and arrow stuff. And he found that, I think he found that in the TV studio level. I did not find that one there. I found that one much later in the game. So, that's kind of the example. Like, you can either get the upgrades early or later in the game. Eventually, the game will just give it to you. Just be like, hey, you missed this. Here you go. So they give you option. They give you a chance to get that stuff again. But you may not be able to have it by that time, and you're not going to really use it to its fullest at that point, usually. So they do a good job balancing it. So they reward explorers, and they kind of do whatever, which is good. But it doesn't really, make the game like magically improved or anything. But I guess I could kind of see that,
Allow me to explain. You're surviving. There's infected, or there's other groups of survivors that are out to kill you. 9 times out of 10, you're going to need to be sneaking around and surviving. And that means getting behind enemies and taking them down with stealth kills, maybe using quiet weapons to take them out so you don't alert other enemies. But every once in a while, maybe it'll just make more sense to go gung-ho with throwing a bomb or unloading with a gun or whatever, making a ton of noise and just trying to take out whatever's in front of you. The good news here is
God.
The gameplay is much improved from the original, okay? I would say probably when you look at stealth games in the modern era, The Last of Us Part 2 probably is right up there with the top games. I'm not necessarily saying it's the best stealth game ever made, but from the games that I've played, even though I suck horribly at stealth...
Oh, man, I would not say...
feel that the game...
No, I would not say. And Last of Us 2 is a good stealth game. Okay. Guys, I'm going to show you something pretty magical. I'm going to show you the extent of the stealth in Last of Us 2. I think it's funny that... Why is this deleted? What happened here? Whatever. Which one is it? Oh my god. See, I don't think it's day 3. Might be this one.
That was something.
Where is this building I went to?
Losing my sunlight.
Well, okay, whatever.
Okay, I think maybe it's not that one. It's this one. It has to be this one.
Welcome to a...
I can't find it.
That was something.
This is bullshit.
I get you through, you open that gate, right?
Wow, that was such a...
Whatever, fuck it. I can't find it. But there's a part where I'm in this tower, and I did a lot of dumb shit that I was able to get away with. So I kill this one guy. I go and I see this other person coming towards me. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna back off a little bit. I go up, I climb up these ledges, and the guy just gives up. There's this other person, you know, where I'm at. There's another entrance to this other side of the map. This guy walks and sees me, turns around and walks away. He doesn't fully investigate. So then I go back down there. I kill someone else. I chill there for a bit. This person comes near me, looks at me, turns around and walks away, and then I'm able to walk over and kill him. This stuff is kind of silly, honestly.
Gameplay was superb.
I think MGS5 had better stealth.
From Last of Us Part 1, the ability to climb and scale objects and ledges. So now instead of everything just kind of being level, go behind cover or whatever and sneak up, now you can actually climb up over things, go behind things, go between things, crawl underneath things now. It adds a new dimension, almost a 3-dimensional feel to that stealth and sneaking survival gameplay.
That's bullshit, because you can kind of do that in the first game as well, but this mechanic of different levels of sneaking has been like done in so many games. MGS5 had the best sneaking. You can do whatever the fuck you want in that game. Come on.
It really wasn't present so much in the original game.
The only thing missing in MGS5 is swimming.
In The Last of Us 2 than there were in the first game. There's 2 main protagonist characters, and each character plays a little bit differently. Ellie is more reliant on stealth because she's not very strong. But she has a knife, so when she does stealth takedown, she can more easily take out enemies by slitting their throat almost instantly. She doesn't need the shiv like you had in the first game, which was limited use. Abby, who's the other main character of the game, is basically a brute and has insanely powerful melee attacks, pretty much can power herself out of situations, and has way more health than Ellie, but to take down enemies and the like takes a little bit longer. So each character...
How does that make any sense? She's a powerhouse, does more damage and shit, but it takes longer for her to take down enemies? I think you gotta reverse. I think Ellie is the one that takes a little bit longer to take down enemies, but whatever. MGS5 best sneaking, I wouldn't say that. Well, for me at least. I think MGS3 is still a little bit better, but I think what I like about MGS5 is I do like a lot of the stuff you could bring into the puzzle, into the stuff. I never played Dishonored, so I can't really say much about that.
Is a little bit more unique in the way that they play, and definitely I would say this game had so many just like minute improvements upon the original. Things that in the original were a little bit more frustrating, in this game were a little bit more streamlined. The animations are way more fluid in this game.
There's
The
like two
crafting on the
animations.
fly is way more
Whatever.
easy. The upgrade trees that you can do for the different things, what crafting faster, crafting more, things like that, more fluid, more interesting, more easy to understand. In that regard, it was pretty good.
Yeah, he's
The
sad,
sneaking
dude.
itself, gameplay was pretty good. The whole looting thing is pretty much just as prominent as it was in the first game. There was a lot of effing looting in The Last of Us Part 1, and in this game it's no different. You're going to be looting probably 75% of the time you're moving around, grabbing items from every countertop and every little thing. There's going to be collectibles in the game you're going to be trying to get as well, just like in the first game. They add maybe a little bit of supplementary story if it's a note that you find, or maybe it has a safe combination on it so you can get more loot if you find the safe that's appropriately opens. But in general, it's just a lot of sneaking and looting. One thing that's definitely changed from the first game, I would say The Last of Us Part 1 did have a lot more action-oriented combat and not as much sneaking. Not to say the sneaking wasn't prominent in the first game, it absolutely was, but there was a lot more opportunity for kind of open fights. You could fight in the open a lot more and it was less risky. In The Last of Us 2, it's a lot more risky because things are kind of hitting for a little bit more damage. If you alert one enemy, a lot of enemies tend to come around and horde you or swarm you, not as much so as they did in the first game. I'd actually say in particular the humans in The Last of Us Part 2 are way more dangerous than they were in the first game because they kind of come out in packs. Now they have dogs that they in the first game. I'd actually say in particular the humans in The Last of Us Part 2 are way more dangerous than they were in the first game because
I disagree. The humans in the first game, they were a pain in the ass. They were scoring better. The humans in Last of Us 2 were a joke. I didn't feel threatened at all by them. The dog was good at the beginning of the game. Like, the dog was at least, like, actually rough. Because they would do a good job sniffing you. By the end, the dogs were a joke. I don't know what happened, but the dogs by the end of the game, they barely did anything. I didn't worry about them. Like, the only time I saw a dog at the end was when I alerted a human. And then the dog would just show up. And I was like, oh, there's a dog here, okay. And then it would never find me. The dog would never find me. So, I don't know what happened with that. The dog was pretty good at the beginning of the game. Like, it actually did a good job trailing me. But at the end, it was like the dog forgot it was a dog. But, I think in 2, the infected were way more harder than the first game, because in the sequel, like, every time I would trigger, like, a runner or a clicker, I would immediately be swarmed, and I'd have a harder time, running down the attention, you know? Like, I wouldn't be able to go back to sneaking. While with the humans, it was so easy to get them back into, to lose track. It was so easy. Like, once you understand how the human AI works, the game is a cakewalk. The infected AI is the only AI that's worth a shit.
they kind of come out in packs. Now they have dogs that they hunt with and the like. That makes it a lot more challenging as well. Enemies. Well, some would say the enemies in this game are much better, and some might say it's not good enough for a sequel. I'm kind of along the towing the line on that one.
The
For the
enemies?
infected, all the original infected from the first game make a return, including the standard, the standard infected, the more faster moving runners, the clickers, which are the ones that can insta-kill you because their heads have been mutated, the bloaters make a return. There are 2 primarily new enemy types.
The
that
bloaters
are
only
really
show up
more
like 2
prominent in this
times.
one.
They're really...
One of which being the
Whatever.
Shambler, which is basically a more mutated version of a human that basically when they fall down, big gas clouds come out of them. So once you kill them or down them, you got to get the hell out of there because they're going to explode and damage you afterward. Okay?
I don't think the Shamblers were that... The Shamblers did not feel that threatening. Every time that they were around, I kind of took the hit because I didn't really feel that they were threatening. I killed them and then they would explode. I was like, okay, they exploded. I didn't really care. Hold on, I'm gonna just take my plate to the kitchen. I'll be back. I'll be very quick, guys. I'm back. Wait a second, guys. Hold up. Hold up. The raffle has to be over, right? Yeah, okay, so let's pick a winner. Who won? Ludwig World Order, you are a winner. Come on down. Pick your character. Since in1337 did a $4 tip, I'm going to pick another winner. So let's pick another winner. And Dante Lowell, you both have won a slot on the viewer canvas. Guys, literally, we might need to start a new canvas. I don't think there's any room. We'll try. I'll try to squeeze whatever you guys type.
Also, there are stalkers, I believe they're called. Now, those I believe were in the first game, but not as prominent. In this game, there's a lot more.
I don't think there were stalkers in the first
Those
game.
are the ones that you cannot detect by listening. You know, listening is a big mechanic in the Last of Us gameplay, trying to listen for people around you, the noises they make, and you can see them through the walls, similar to like the detective vision from the Batman Arkham series and Spider Sense from the Spider-Man series. They have that in this game, but these particular stalkers you can't see by listening. You have to just kind of see them with your eyes and react to them, okay? But outside of that, there's not many more new infected enemies. That's pretty much the majority of them. There's one major boss fight against a mutated infected boss that feels like you're playing Resident Evil or The Evil Within. It really
Leon
doesn't feel
from
like The Last of Us.
Castlevania.
It's so
All right. Let me get my iPad. Stalker the trolls. Oh shit! It's wet. Desk is wet. It's because of condensation, probably. See them with your eyes. Seeing is believing, guys. You gotta see the stalkers with your eyes. You want so Ludwig wants the Froppy from MHA. Okay. Excuse me. Froppy. Okay. Oh, that's the frog character. I've seen this character so many times, and I was so confused with this character. But I get it. So there's that, and then Castlevania Leon. Leon! I think of Resident Evil 4 every time I think of Leon. Help, Leon! Alright. So we'll complete that. I'm gonna go back to the home page for this so I can at least see the donations, dude.
out of place. Admittedly, though, it's actually one of the more fun fights of the game, in my opinion.
I like the Rat King. That was a rad boss fight. I'm still mad. Guys, look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna show you. So I got this book. I was like, oh man, I'm hyped for the Last of Us 2 art book, dude. Now, look at this. Look at this shit, okay? Get a load of this. Get a load of this, guys. Now, I like the art. I like the art. Look how good that is. Look how cool that shit is, right? It's pretty rad. I really do like the art. I think the art's like the best part. But look at this. Look at this. We're getting you guys are gonna be like surprised. I tell ya. Skybridge. This is all you get with the Rat King. This is all you get. Look how bullshit that is. The Rat King is a cool character and you barely see him in there. Then on the bottom, it's just a dark, like, silhouette. Why is the Rat King, like, hidden away? Why did they do the Rat King's dirty like this? Bullshit. Rat King deserves justice, dude. They should re-release this art book with the Rat King. I demand it. This is bullshit. I feel like I've been lied to. See, everyone's mad at The Last of Us 2. Oh, they killed Joel too quickly. Well, where? Dude, the Rat King gets the fucking shaft in that book, damn it. I'm telling you, bullshit. Yeah, I'm gonna charge them back. I'm gonna go to wherever the fuck Neil Druckmann is. I'm gonna demand the Rat King cut. I want the Rat King. He was the coolest enemy. He did nothing wrong. He was the first infected, and they did him dirty like that. Fucking bullshit.
In my opinion, are actually where the game varies a lot, because what they did in this game was made the humans feel more realistic. In most games where you have this kind of third-person combat, the enemies are generic. They don't really have personality. They don't really have any relation to each other. Instead, you're just going to kill a bunch of generic dudes, right? In this game, they programmed the human enemies to actually communicate verbally in a way that makes you feel like they know each other, and they actually will talk about things going on in the environment. Like, oh my god, I heard a gunshot over there. Let's go check it out. Val, okay, Joe, let's go. And then they'll,
Whoa, that's so... That's so lame. That's such trash, what he just said there. Like, I do like the detail of the AI being like that. I appreciate the detail. But this isn't like groundbreaking detail. It doesn't get much wild than in MGS5 Ground Zeroes. If you shoot, like, there's a video out there on on the internet somewhere in Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. This one person shot a soldier in the leg, and he's like down there, he's like bleeding out. He's like, like this and that. The guy, this other soldier sees that, runs up to him, and is like, "Okay, man, we're gonna find who did this to you. You're gonna be just fine." And this and that, like, we're gonna get you help and all that stuff. So as he's doing that, that guy who told him that, like, you also see in the body language that he knows he's not gonna make it, because he's like shaking his head. He's just like, this. He knew he wasn't gonna make it, and he stays there until like the body dies. Then when the guy dies, he's just like, then he goes back on the attack. It's either that or the guy goes down there and like gives them or they heal him. So there is at least some camaraderie with Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. They even talk to each other about plot stuff. Like, you can listen to the beginning of the game. These two people talk about the helicopters. Hey guys, the guy walks up. Hey, see the helicopters these guys came in? Yeah, man. Pretty weird, huh? Yeah, it's like XOF. I think it's better we stop talking about it. Okay. And then, like, later on, you can find them talk about, like, about Skullface. Like, oh, you see the guy with that fucking cowboy hat? He looks like a fucking comic book villain. So, like, this has been done before. Like, it's nice that's in this game then as well, but it's, like, it's nothing new. It's not like, whoa.
If one gets down and someone notices, they'll be, oh my god, they got Mikey. Everyone, come over here and swarm the building. I get the feeling that the person's in this building, and then all of a sudden, the group of them will show up and swarm the building. It feels a lot more realistic than the first game.
I wouldn't say it felt like that, though. Because, like, yeah, they would say, oh my god, they shot him, and then they would just go on the attack. They wouldn't really say, let's swarm the building, guys. It never happened.
It gives it kind of a human aspect, because now you realize you're actually kind of killing real people. So when Ellie is brutally slashing their throats and blood is squirting everywhere, it's pretty fucked up in a lot of cases, because these people were just talking like normal people 5 seconds earlier. Okay? The enemies, the human enemies, are more varied in this game, although I would say not necessarily a big variety. Most of the human enemies are almost identical. They walk around either with a melee weapon or some kind of a gun. Some of them rarely will have a bow and arrow. Some of them have dogs that they've trained. The dogs are pretty interesting because they can hunt you down by scent. I mean, they don't have to see you. They can actually know you're around a corner because they can smell you. They're a little bit more tricky because if you're fighting the dog, you usually alert everyone else to your position. There are actual tanks in this game, which are basically heavy-duty human enemies.
You only see the tanks in Abby's campaign.
They use giant weapons like pickaxes.
Arkham City kind of did that, but they didn't really... But that's just, like, rudimentary kind of shit. Like, again, like, this thing that DSP is praising isn't anything major. It's not, like, new to the realm of video games. It's it's nice detail. Like you know, that's something you could say, but it's not it's not like new.
Times to stun them before you can try to do a melee takedown. And if you try to beat the melee to melee, it's very difficult. That's one of the major changes.
I wouldn't say it's
they
difficult.
do
I think
have
it's whatever.
and these tank characters, but in reality, there's not a lot of them. There's some of them, but it's not super prominent that you're going to be fighting those enemies. It's nice that there's variety. It's nice they added in a few more infected and a few more human enemies, but don't expect too much like, oh my god, I'll be fighting such a wide variety of enemies. It doesn't even feel like the first game. No, it very much feels like the first game, only you're a little bit weaker. You basically can't do a lot of run and gun gameplay because you alert too many people. Stealth's way more prominent when you play with
And those tank characters are easy to kill. You just headshot them. They die in one hit if you shoot them in the head. Like, they're not that bad of an enemy.
Weaker, but you can insta-kill people more quickly. When you play with Abby, she's more of a brute, more of a tank herself, and you're going to get a little bit more of a kind of a brutal, more empowered gameplay using her, okay?
But it all takes forever to kill enemies with her.
That's the skinny when it comes to the actual combat, sneaking, looting of the game, okay? The environments are outstanding. Probably some of the best, more realistic environments I've ever seen in a game ever. Going through Seattle, I live just outside of Seattle, and I could tell you that a lot of...
Oh, this was so annoying about his fucking Last of Us 2 playthrough. Oh my god, dude! This place is like in Seattle? You know? Like, there's this place... Like, he was in love with Pike Place Market. He wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. Like, and it's so snobby and fucking annoying. It's like if I played Assassin's Creed Odyssey on stream, I'm like... Oh my god, dude, this is Greece, man. Like, over here is Plaka. And, like, it's like in Greece, Plaka is like a big area where they have this and that. Whoa, look at that tower, dude. Look at that temple. That temple actually has, like, restaurants around it. It's pretty cool, but, I don't think that they have enough of, like, the architecture. Like, you don't have, like, the hill that's over there.
Places looked pretty realistic. Being down at the waterfront, at the Great Wheel or the aquarium, and actually seeing how they spaced it out properly, how it actually is in Seattle, was quite neat. There's actually a few locations in the game, like there's an arcade that actually exists in Seattle. There's a few parking lots that look exactly like underground parking garages that would be in Seattle. It's pretty damn
Whoa, parking garages? That's wild, man.
In that regard. And the graphics, outstanding. The characters all look hyper-realistic. When you're even killing the most generic enemy, you feel the guttural cries from them as they're bleeding out. They're so detailed and different. Unlike a lot of other games where everyone looks the same, in this game, you know, the character models really do look pretty unique in that regard. Of course, the infected not so much, but the humans...
Hey, the infected look pretty rad. Leave them alone, Phil.
I would go as far to say... this game is basically The Order 1886... with gameplay.
Oh, what a comparison,
looked
Phil.
Pretty, but had almost no gameplay, just generic.
The Order 1886.
Shitty. This game is actually a game combined with groundbreaking, amazing,
The
best
Order
of the generation
1886,
style
man.
Okay.
Wow,
that's
what
an
a
amazing achievement. I really feel that. Now, one thing that I abso-freaking-lutely have to call out in this review, because I would actually be doing a disservice if I didn't call it out, was to talk about the accessibility features of The Last of Us Part 2. This is by far the most accessible video game I think I've ever played.
Now, you think he's gonna give a fuck about this if Super Blind Man wasn't a viewer? If Super Blind Man wasn't as a vocal viewer as he is, you feel like it's the Rat King. Yeah, I agree. He probably does. He probably thinks the Rat King is a piece of shit. But, you think he would mention the accessibility options if Super Blind Man had either no part or was as vocal in his little community? He wouldn't give a fuck. I guarantee when he started the game, if he never knew Super Blind Man, he'd be annoyed with the options. Oh my god, I just want to play the game. Why? Oh yeah, I want to fucking change the gamma. Why would I do that? Oh my god, come on, I want to play the game. He would hate it, but since Super Blind Man gives the money, gotta love it. Gotta love it, dude.
The most accessible AAA game I've ever played. The second you boot it up, they
no, he never mentioned the crunch in this.
Million options to make this game playable, right? subtitles, titling or coloring the subtitles differently, having arrows pointing around where the noises are coming from, audio description of so many different things, the gamma adjustments of everything in the game, total crazy different amounts of adjustments of coloring and camera, control schemes. My God, so many different adjustments of the control scheme are available just at the start. And you know, I definitely want to give a shout out to Super Blind Man, who is a longtime viewer of mine, a longtime supporter.
Gotta flex Super Blind Man. Gotta virtue signal that guy.
Of mine, a content creator in his
Friend
own
of
right.
his.
Who
I thought you don't have friends, Phil. Now you have friends? Cool.
Amongst a team of other people as well to make this game accessible. He did an outstanding job. The game, accessibility-wise, absolutely needs to be applauded for what they did here. So many people told me that they're actually playing this game for the first time because it's accessible, when a lot of times they wouldn't have been able to previously do that because so many AAA games just don't give a shit about accessibility. And this game kind of laid the groundwork. It is when a lot of times they wouldn't have been able to previously do that because so many AAA games just don't give a shit about accessibility. And this game kind of laid the...
Games don't give a shit about accessibility. Games probably don't want to have to develop all this stuff because it costs a lot of money to do this. Like, it should be in games for people, I guess. I mean, okay, cool that you make games more accessible. That's, whatever. But I wouldn't sit there and dunk on companies for not doing it. Like, it's understandable why they didn't invest in accessibility options.
Groundwork. It is the poster boy example for what other major games should do in the future so everyone can enjoy a major release. Okay,
so how do these people who, by the way, the other thing, when he says this, he mocks other game developers for not having accessibility options. He should really understand, how did these people with disabilities get into video games in the first place? Like, Super Blind Man had to be playing video games before this, right? If all these accessibility options did not exist, how did he get into gaming?
So that's, in general, what I can tell you about the gameplay. There's a few segments of the game that don't adhere to the formula of sneak and survive and loot. There's some, set pieces where running gunning is happening. There's a few parts where you're riding a horse. There's a few parts where you're in a car and you're shooting out of the car. These are very few and far between. In fact, I think there may be less than 5 of them in the entire game, but when they happen, they're actually refreshing because they're so different from the rest of the gameplay of the game, all right? I just described a lot of the gameplay of the game, and you might say, well, thanks for telling us about it, but is it good? And I can tell you it's good, but there's some people who are going to get bored of it because the game primarily feels like you're doing the same thing over and over and over. It doesn't really feel like there's any variety or innovation. It just feels like it's a natural progression from what they did in the last game, but never at one point are you blown away at something that really happens and be like, wow, I've never done that before, or oh, this is groundbreaking. It's more like, it's pretty damn good. I like that they improved it, but it's kind of the same kind of deal that I've done before.
Oh my god, where am I going to put Froppy?
Good. The graphics are outstanding. The world building is great. By the way, there's some really cool puzzles in the game as well.
What puzzles?
The last thing I want to talk about is the environments, because as I said,
what puzzles? I don't remember there being any puzzles in this game.
Environments are realistic to Seattle, but
I don't know,
the game
dude.
fully gives you the illusion of open world roaming, but it really isn't. And let me explain. There's one part of the game that actually is open world. When you first start,
I have a feeling. I have a theory on why there's only one part that's open world. I think initially they might have planned for the game to have more of those segments, but I think at some point in development they realized, how are we going to get a map system going in this game? Like, how are we going to get, these characters cannot just keep finding tourist brochures. They can't just keep, finding them. And I think that at some point they realized, we should just go back to what we know. We know linear map design, let's just do that. We can't do this big open world kind of thing for this game, and they just kind of went back to what they knew. That's what I think.
Lengthy intro segment that's about 3 hours long that gives you all the intro and everything. And then you actually go into downtown Seattle with Ellie and her traveling companion, Dina. And when they go out there, it's open world.
Screws are in here.
Go through this several block radius of downtown Seattle. It's supposed to be Capitol Hill, which is kind of the government zone of downtown Seattle. And There's blocks where you can go, oh, I could go into this building and look for loot and investigate. Oh, look, I found a puzzle. You solve the puzzle, you get a combination to a safe that's on the other side of town. You're right over there, you open the safe. So when you're playing this, it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And you think, wow, that's crazy. Last of Us 1 was nothing like this. You know, I guess the whole game's going to be like this. Wrong. That's literally the only segment of the game that's open world. From then on, the entirety of the game is linear. It's an area that maybe gives you the illusion that you can explore a little bit and find a little bit of optional stuff, which you can, but in reality, it's always just a set path. There's really no optional ways to do anything, even though it's weird because you might have there's a path that goes this way or goes this way. Well, they both go back to the same point. You see what I mean? Maybe there's an optional building over here you loot along the way, but they all just veer back to the same point, and there's no way that you can really do things out of sequence or veer off the path and find, I found a giant secret area. Doesn't exist in the game. Although admittedly, I do like the fact that I would say almost like Hitman.
I like how he says that there's no hidden building, but then says that you might find a hidden building. You might be able to find a hidden building if you go a certain way, but there's no, like, a path that takes you to a secret building. Okay. I mean, I guess I know what he means. Like, you can't, like, there's no other path to go, but I don't know.
The game has different ways that you can go through and beat missions. I found certain ways, like, I'm in a village with a bunch of people after me. I take them all out, then I realize, oh shit, there was a river over here where I could have swam under the buildings and come up and stealth killed them all from behind. I didn't know that was there, so I did it a different way. There are different ways you can go about surviving and taking out your enemies in the game. There's definitely replayability in that regard. Also, the collectibles, I would say probably incredibly difficult to get them all in one go. Ellie's collecting comic book cards. Abby's collecting quarters. They don't really have much meaning at all. They're just collectibles for the sake of collectibles. I've also heard...
Just like how there was comic books in the first game. In the first game, you collect comic books, and he was, like, cool with that, but these coins and cards, they're really dumb, dude.
There's absolutely no way you can platinum the game in one run because there's too much going on with the upgrades and everything, and the game requires you to get every upgrade, every collectible to platinum it. So when you beat the game, there's New Game Plus, and New Game Plus allows you to start off with all your weapons and upgrades from the first run. This New Game Plus, definitely you're going to platinum the game, okay? Gameplay lengthwise. My playthrough was roughly 30 hours long, give or take. It might have been a little bit shorter. It might have been a little bit longer. Now, keep in mind, I did go out of my way to try to find all the collectibles. I was looting constantly. I was trying to solve all the puzzles, and I might have missed some along the way for sure. I know I didn't get all the collectibles. But for the most part, I took my time. I tried to read all the optional notes and logs about the world that, that add supplementary material as I could. And I know that extended the length of the playthrough. I definitely could have beaten the game, probably I would feel in about 20 hours if I never really explored. If I just kind of rushed right through the main plot line, probably would have been about 20. So I would give it a range of 20 to 30 hours long. Okay? I've just talked about the graphics, the gameplay, the world design, the puzzles, the accessibility. We got all that out of the way.
Oh,
I
boy.
think that stuff was quite good. Was it best I've ever played? In some times, yes, and other times, no. I would definitely say it got repetitive at certain points. There were 1 or 2 points of the game where I was like, there's just too many effing enemies in this. I got to get through this, and I ran through it to the next logical point instead of slowly taking my time to kill everything. Although most times I did do that. I took my time. All right? But it was quite, in my opinion, liking the kind of formula of gameplay that was in this game. I liked it more. The game, by the way, was also very scary in certain places. A lot of jump scares.
Scary,
a lot of situations
dude.
where you feel like you're going to
Spooky.
die or something gruesome's going to happen. And because of that, I do feel that it was a lot different from the tone of the first game. It's actually more scary than the first game. Definitely a lot more gory than the first game.
I don't...
The kills in this game, a lot of the stuff that happens is very, very visceral. Like I said, Ellie
Dude, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of visceral gore in the first game.
executing people, taking the knife and going zip, and you see
Zip.
blood and gore coming out of the people's necks. Can be
Whoa.
pretty disgusting at times, okay?
Whoa, it's almost like it's a rated M game. Like, there's been that shit in the first game, too.
Just to forewarn you, it's actually more violent, for sure, than the first game was, alright?
I disagree with that.
All that said and good, we got to talk about the plot of this game because this is what most people have an issue with. I am not here to tell you a summary of the plot. What I'm going to tell you is what I overall thought of the plot, what I think about the direction of the plot, by Neil Druckmann, and my issues with the plot. Okay?
Fuck
The
you,
overall
Neil.
plot, in a nutshell, is a story about revenge. It's a story about Ellie having mass loss because she loses her father figure Joel within the first few hours of the game. The entirety of the game is basically a story of her hunting down the people responsible. All right? Now, we all kind of knew this was a story of revenge just by watching the trailers. We knew that. But to the extent that the game hammers it in, that Ellie is a changed person and she's really bent on revenge and she's willing to go to any length. She's going to kill as many people as she possibly can to avenge Joel is kind of...
Now, I like how he says, like, she's gonna kill as much people as she can to avenge Joel. The people she kills, the soldiers she kills are just kind of, like, fodder. I mean, they were gonna kill her if they saw her, so it was kill her or be killed kind of situation with them. The people involved with Joel's killers, she kind of gave them an option. Except for Nora. Nora was already dead. She just kind of gave her a mercy killing or a slow, painful death as an option. Owen and Mel had the option to live, but they fought in self-defense, so they both were trying to kill each other at that point. So, I mean, it's like, there are better revenge stories out there. I wouldn't say Last of Us 2 is like the best. I saw what they were going for, and there's stuff I liked about it. Like, in my review and in my playthrough, I said, like, the ending, I liked the emotional ending of it. I liked what it tried. I liked that, where she's in the water and she's kind of crying and she's, like, left alone as they boat away. And I did like that. I liked that tone of that scene. I just think that the character motivation was mishandled. I really couldn't buy into Ellie's motivation fully. I just think that it fell short, because I also think that they kind of did not give a good reason for Ellie to have this resolution with Joel. I thought that was a little too cheap. Like, Joel, like, she just said, I'll try to forgive you. And I was like, he didn't really explain himself to you, Ellie, and you're just gonna say that? Like, I mean, sure, like, I get the notion that Joel's like, hey, I'll do it all the same anyway. But I kind of thought it would be better if Joel at least told her, like, look, I lost my daughter at the beginning of this, and through you, I just couldn't go through that again. I couldn't go through losing someone else I loved, or something, something like that to make Ellie fully understand, like, to put that all on the table, that he was, like, and for him to realize, like, yeah, I know what I did was selfish, but I'm just a weak person, or something, because you can't just have a character just say, I did a boo-boo, and have the person say, well, maybe I'll forgive you, and then say, that, there you go, there's your revenge. I just thought that was a little lame. Oh. Yeah, Ellie, sorry if I spoiled it, but Ellie finds out in the game that she found out that Joel was lying to her about the vaccine and all this other stuff. Like, she found out that he lied to her. And it's like, I like that conflict. I like that, like, thing, but they don't really resolve it that much. Ellie was broken. She refused her peaceful life with her girlfriend. When she is gonna kill Abby, she abandons. Well, at that point, like, that's why I thought that resolution was weak, because what it was trying to show was that as she was beating up Abby, that she doesn't know. She started having conflicting thoughts of, like, what am I doing? Like, I made all this way, but, like, what am I doing this for? Like, she starts second guessing her path to revenge. And this is what I was saying in my review. I think what would have worked better is either Joel says that, or, like, Abby tells her before she dies that Joel lied to her, and then that could give Ellie the reason to, like, kind of sit back and just like kind of sit there and stew and process that information. But her finding out in the flashback was kind of muddled that a lot. Not the vaccine stuff. The thing about it is I think Joel might. I don't know. That might have been a part in the first game where I think he alluded to it because I think to a point Ellie knew the symbolism of that watch he kept. But I don't know that I'm not too sure. But I think it would have been better if she never found out. She goes through all this revenge because she loved Joel, but then Abby tells her that Joel lied to her and had some kind of proof of it, sure, but like tells her that he lied to her, etc. I thought that would have been a good bomb to get her to like be like, oh shit. She already chose her path. Why an abandonment you gonna have what you wanted? I mean, again, I think they wanted to go for this emotional like. She went through all of this. She saw. But the other thing is that she saw what Abby has become at that point because through this game, Ellie saw Abby as a person that's built like a tank, this big, muscular person, and by the end, like she was nothing. She didn't have that muscle mass. She didn't have this. Like she was already a broken person, and I think that Ellie getting her revenge when Abby's at the absolute lowest was cheap, and I think that's kind of what it came down to is that Ellie was like, this is kind of a dirty way to get revenge. Like, what kind of revenge would it be that it's like you're beating a helpless person. It's like in Samurai Champloo. I think a lot of people had this issue too, where Fu had this wanted to get this revenge on her father for leaving her mother and leaving her in this world of hate. And when Fu gets there, when she finally makes it, by the way, I'm sorry if I'm spoiling Samurai Champloo. It's a great anime. Once she gets there, her dad is destroyed. He's pretty much dead anyway. Like he's not he's helpless. He's not this strong man that Fu visioned. So she leaves and she's destroyed. She is depressed about it. She tells this guy that she traveled with, like, it's unfair. I went through all this, and he is like this. He left us like this, and he's like this. It's unfair. And like you could say that, yeah, but Abby already had the advantage, but she had the advantage in the first encounter. The second encounter, she was already like near death as it was. Like, just, I still wouldn't say that she had the advantage. I mean, Abby was already at a weakened state. I mean, I'll say I see why people have issues with the ending. I do get that. I'm not gonna sit here and say that the ending was flawless. My point is that I see what they were going for, and I appreciated the emotion that they showed. It just could. I just think it muddled in multiple ways with what it could have been. I see what they were going for, but it's just like as I said, like with Samurai Champloo was a stronger ending. It really hit it to you that you, the viewer, feel the same way as Fu, where it's like you went through like all these episodes, all these stories, and it's unfair. It's unfair that she couldn't get the revenge that she wanted because like he's already in a weakened state. He's just laying there waiting to die at this point, and that's a stronger ending because you already feel like you felt invested with his quest to find her father, and by the end, it's like. The revenge was taken away. It was taken away from her. Life, and it showed how unfair life is in that show. Well, Last of Us 2 kind of fumbles that whole thing up. I think if you want a good revenge story, Samurai Champloo is a better story at it. It does a better job building it up, and then when you get to the end, you're just like, ooh, oof. Should have done like Ava. Have her choking out Abby, only for her to reach up and Ellie to pull off. Ever Summer had an amazing revenge story, and ending is just... Oh, maybe the manga, because the show, the show, like, it had such a strong story, and then the ending ends with like an interesting premise, and then it never continues. And the movie does the same shit. Uh,
Hammered in there, really ham-fisted kind of writing with how crazy she's changed from the first game when she really wasn't like that.
Ham-fisted.
Okay?
Yeah, because the first game wasn't about revenge. Of course, Ellie's not going to be like that in the first game. It's not like...
On the flip side of the game, the other half of the story is the story of Abby, the girl who murders Joel in the first few hours of the game. And her story is that she's actually the daughter...
There we go. We got everyone, guys.
A person that Joel murdered in the process of getting Ellie out of the hospital at the last moments of The Last of Us Part 1. So Abby's life has been ruined, completely destroyed. Mentally, she's destroyed because her father was...
I wouldn't say Abby was mentally destroyed with what happened to her dad. I think she was just, like, angry at Joel. And again, like, there's this whole theme with Joel's character that what he chose to do isn't something that people are gonna be happy with. Like, I think even if, like, Joel didn't kill her dad and just took Ellie away, I still think that there would be this theme of, like, these people going after Joel, regardless, because the decision he made was a big decision. He kind of took any chance humanity had at coming back, and he took it off the table. Like, he just kind of took it away. So I think, like, Last of Us 2 kind of does a decent job showing that there was a repercussion to his decision, because his decision wasn't going to be loved by anyone who knew. And these people found out what he did, and of course they were going to go after him regardless. So I wouldn't say that she was destroyed. I just think that his decision was such a big decision that people were going to go after.
Was murdered by Joel at the end of the first game, which is why she murders Joel in the first few hours of this game. Okay? But the difference in the stories is shocking, because Ellie's story is very much a story of revenge, hatred, getting...
Yeah, and to go off with that, Dante, like, there is this ambiguity that Last of Us 2 tries to have, but the thing is that they also ruin it. Like, I think the thing that 2 does bad to Joel is that they try to make you feel good about Joel, and it tries to make you feel, like, miss him and that kind of stuff. And I think that, like, Last of Us 2 shouldn't be picking a side with it. They should have just, like, left at Joel did his decision, and, like, I think Last of Us 2 slightly tries to pick a side, and it's like, no, don't pick a side with Joel's character, at least. But this is the other thing that DSP kinda misses with 2. Like, the thing that Neil tries to drive home as well with 2 is that it has this theme of hate, and this endless cycle of hate, and how it keeps going, and hate begets hate, all this stuff. So the story, oh my god, I'm in the middle of something every fucking time, dude. But they constantly have this theme of hate, and they try to end, and the ending tries to say that she's trying to break away from that cycle. Like, she's trying to break away from the cycle of hate that has been going on and on, to end that cycle. But it just kind of trips around with that.
At someone who gave her great loss. Abby's story picks up, alright, basically, at a point where she's already gotten her revenge. She already went through what Abby went through, got her revenge by killing Joel.
Wait, what?
And now it's her job.
What?
Alright, basically, at a point where she's already gotten her revenge. She already went through what Abby went through, got her revenge by killing Joel, and now it's her job to kind of do a redemption story. It's kind of weird because her
redemption story. This is so lame. He is so, like, horny for redemption. Abby's story isn't about redemption at all. just because that you see her do other stuff, like, oh, she's helping Lev and Yara get away from the scars and all that shit. Like, just because that they do that doesn't really mean that she's being redeemed. I don't think Abby's story is about redemption at all. It's just about her just doing her thing and how the cycle of hate catches up to her. Because after that, she feels that she's out of this cycle of hate while there's this hate going on between the wolves and the scars that are going on behind the scenes. Because that story with those kids that were attacking the wolves fought back. That broke the treaty between those two, reignited the hatred that those two factions had. So Abby's trying to get away from that, and she finds out these kids, and she starts getting ensnared with all this hate surrounding them. Her mom hates Lev for identifying as a man, so she tries to kill Lev at multiple times. Whatever, that's going on. Once she's trying to get Lev and Yara out of there, the wolves catch up to them, and it's like, look, we have to kill them because they're scars. Fuck them. And she's like, no, they're not bad, and all this kind of stuff. So she's going through this cycle of hate, and then when she goes back and she sees that Ellie has killed Owen and Mel, that reignites her hatred, and that kind of brings hatred back onto Ellie, so she gets reinvested with it. And then after that, she tries to get out of hatred again after she's letting Ellie live. So that does a decent job, at least, of showing the cycle of hate. That's why I think the Abby campaign is the strongest campaign. It's very tight with that. It does a good job showing the cycles of hate and how Abby's been trying to break away from it. So I like Abby's campaign more. I think hers is very strong compared to Ellie's, which is kind of fumbles around by the end.
Her side of the story is very similar to Joel's story from the original Last of Us, where Joel was supposedly a really bad guy.
Now look at this. Remember that thing I told you about? That he said that, oh, the first game, you don't know where you land. You either think he's a good guy or a bad guy, man. And now he's Mr. Black and White with him. Now Joel had his magical redemption story, which never happened. Last of Us 1 was not about redemption with Joel. The game doesn't glorify anything Joel does. The game doesn't end with you saying, hell yeah, Joel, you got Ellie out of there. It ends with you thinking, did he do the right thing? It doesn't end with you saying yes or no, yes, yay Joel or boo Joel. It ends on a very gray area ending. And now he's putting Joel in a corner. He's putting him in a box, dude. And they say that he's a very bad guy. Well, he is a bad guy. He took the cure off the table, dude.
People didn't really like him or trust him. He was a download
Tess liked him.
dirty guy who was a smuggler. He
wasn't a smuggler, by the way. Well, no, he did smuggle shit, but he didn't smuggle kids. Different.
Very trustworthy. He killed tons of people, cold-hearted. But over the course of the game, as he gets this father-daughter relationship with Ellie, he warms up and he kind of becomes a whole person again.
See how bullshit that is? And I guarantee if someone said, but Phil, Joel wasn't a good person. He took the cure off the table. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I didn't say he was, dude. I said he became a whole person, idiot. Semantics.
Abby, after getting her revenge on Joel, basically the rest of the game is about her experiences with the people who she's living with and everything, going through.
And again, just because Joel got a daughter through Ellie doesn't mean he's a good person. You can say that's also an unhealthy reaction because he's not because you could kind of make the case that he is not willing to accept that he lost a daughter, so he's trying to have like Ellie be a surrogate daughter to him, which you could say is not healthy. you could kind of, if you really want to look at it this way, that you could argue that Joel was grooming Ellie to be his daughter. I mean, that's a negative way to see it, but I mean, you could say that he groomed her to be his daughter, which isn't really. You can say either way. I mean, that's part of the whole thing about the ending of the first game. You can either be with it or against it. But like, it's not. But it's still kind of selfish how Joel reacted to Ellie. Like, he was selfish into wanting to keep her alive for his own sake.
Plot arc, running into people who she thought were her enemies but end up being her friends, finding out more about them and finding out they're not so bad, like she was brainwashed to believe by the leader of her group. Then basically finding out all her group members were murdered by Ellie over the course of Ellie's plot in the game. And of course then basically coming to a realization by the end of the game, she doesn't care about any of that. She doesn't care about killing anyone. She just wants to live a peaceful life. Okay? It's very different and very juxtaposing the way this plot is done. I think the plot would have been a lot better if it was actually ordered in a way that wasn't insanely confusing with tons of time lapses.
I wouldn't say it was confusing. The flashbacks weren't confusing. Like, the beginning was bad because you jumped between 3 characters in such a short amount of time. Like, it's really like Naughty Dog assumed that you just played Last of Us 1 and you went into 2, which some people did, some people didn't. And I still think it's kind of shitty to do that because when I played Last of Us 2, it felt like I was trying to catch my bearings with the characters, trying to get back into the game. And by the time I was starting to get back into it, they killed Joel, and I was like, you know, it was really weird with that. Like, if they just focused on one character, it would have worked. Like, it's what I said in my review. Like, if you have a simple story, a simple plot line to have, like Last of Us 1 had a very simple story. You that allows you to flesh out the characters more, have the characters more, like, developed, and you're able to kind of make them grow better because you know where the story's going, so you know how to pace it. Last of Us 2 wanted to do this risky plot twist, which, like, if you're doing something risky, you kind of have to build up to it and you have to earn it. And when you're kind of jumping from character to character, by the time you have that big plot reveal, it just kind of seems way too fast. Like, you just feel like you just saw Joel and now he's gone. And I wouldn't say that he should have died halfway or at the end. I'm not for that either. I think, you know, it could have been paced better. Like, maybe a quarter in. Maybe, like, you know, have the person play as Joel for a while before that happens. Not, like, have him just be in a walking segment.
Flashbacks, cutting between the 2 characters in a chaotic and confusing way, to the point where it's like, you want me to care about these characters, but the way that they're presented doesn't make me care about them because of critical things that happen in the plot that are screwed up. Alright? Allow me to explain what I mean. Let's start with Ellie. Ellie, in The Last of Us 1, was supposed to be a girl who knew she was the only person who was immune that anyone knew of. She could be the savior of the human race.
Quartering.
And it was Joel's job to deliver her to the
Yeah,
fire.
dude, the quartering.
Over the course of the first game, we find out that Ellie...
No, I mean, I wasn't expecting a mention of Tess. I think that would be that would be a little silly to throw in Tess in this game. I mean, she dies pretty early on in the first game. So I mean, I wasn't really. I think that would be a little too much to bring up Tess because she showed up way late in case of it to be relating to Ellie. Because Ellie met Tess when Joel met Ellie, so, like, I mean, what can you really do? I don't...
In this apocalyptic world, she didn't have a chance to live in the world before the infected, okay? So she doesn't know anything about the frivolity of teenagers. She doesn't know what it's like to have teen angst and drama or to have a...
Now look at this. He's telling us how, oh, Ellie wouldn't know what it's like to have a girlfriend and romance and all this stuff. She had a girlfriend in the DLC, and he always always runs to the DLC to show that Ellie had a girlfriend, to say that, oh, see, Ellie was a lesbian. But then in this review, he's like afraid to even mention it. Like this review is so fucking fake. He does fake ass reviews all the time. This isn't a first for him, because he did a his Kyo gaming reviews are all fake. Like this is just he heard like a review from someone and just kind of gave it a DSP spin on it. Another amazing pause. I'll get the hands. Catch these hands, son.
Crush or a love affair. For her, life is more about survival. Now, if you actually play the DLC to The Last of Us 1, you get a little bit of backstory about her, about how she had a best friend who maybe there was some romantic involvement there. You don't know because they were so young anyway. It's hard.
Maybe. Oh, it's so hard to know. They're kids, dude. So hard to know. They fucking kissed. They kissed in the DLC. I guess DSP was kissing his friends at that age. When he was 13, he would run up to Rambo and kiss him. Maybe there's something we don't know about Phil's backstory, dude. He kissed Rambo when he was young, dude.
Hard to tell. But the best friend gets killed in that DLC, and that's plot development for her to be who she is in the actual...
That's plot development to be who she is. Now, this is the other thing I kind of criticize with people who always complain when there's like a lesbian character in the game. Like, I don't know what some of these people would want out of a story. Like, you know, it seems like if you have a character that kisses another character, it's always... People always run to, oh, it's an agenda and all this other stuff, the token character. But how would you want them to be written? You know, like, do you want them to come up and say, hello, guys, I am a lesbian. What's up, everyone, fellow human beings? I'm gonna see that girl over there? She's also a lesbian. We both love each other very much, and we must kiss. Like, I mean, I know there's definitely media. I mean, I'm not naive. I know there's media that kind of always uses that as a shield to pander, but I mean, I wouldn't. But people have been kind of very loose with that criticism in some cases. But whatever. But yeah, like Ellie could have been a lesbian. I mean, they don't really talk about it because it's never been a talking point in the first game, in the base game. Joel doesn't say, "Hey, Ellie, are you gay?" And she's like, "Yeah, yeah, Joel, I am." Like.
Of Us video game, the first campaign. There's actually a critical moment in the plot of The Last of Us 1 that I have to call out in this review, because this is a moment that
again, his favorite scene.
Glossed over or forgotten by the writers of the sequel.
He loves the scene.
There's a moment where Ellie breaks apart from the group of survivors. She runs off alone, and of course, you got Tommy and Joel who are running out there to save her desperately. What the hell is she thinking running off by herself? When Joel storms into this house, finds her reading a journal.
Now, I like how he tells us that Ellie is mature in the first game, and then tells us that Ellie ran off from Tommy and Joel. That's very, very mature. Well, I felt like that. I don't know, I disagree with that. I think I thought love was fine. I liked that conflict. I liked how I don't know. I didn't have an issue with Lev, because it felt believable. I mean, it didn't feel super forced. Like, it didn't make you feel super bad for him. But you understand the plight. I do. So I didn't have a problem with Lev. I like that conflict where he wanted to save his mom even though his mom didn't approve of who he was. Like, I do like that. And then, like, you know, the sister didn't like it at first, then she accepted it. I liked it. I thought it was interesting. It wasn't super pandering. Like, they didn't go that far with it where it felt like, okay, we get it. Like, it would be one thing if it was, like, constantly brought up, like, every time. It's like, oh my god, Lev, I can't believe, man. Or that kind of stuff. Like, you know, and there wasn't a scene of Lev being like, I am trans. What's up, everyone? Like, I don't know. I didn't have a problem with Lev. I thought it was bad. I thought it was developed fine, in my opinion.
Of a teenage
Fat
girl,
Geralt. That
probably her age or maybe a few years even older.
was wild.
From before this whole outbreak apocalypse happened. And she's reading it, and it's all like, oh, I kissed a boy today, and
Yeah,
does he
doing
like
Ask
me?
the
Do I
King
look
today.
good? This and that, all teen
I'm gonna do
angst
that
kind
later.
of
I'm not
shit
gonna do it
that
today.
in reality doesn't really matter, but it's the thing that teens kind of fuss over constantly in the real world when teens have the opportunity to do those things because the world is safe. They're not at every moment worried about survival or whatever.
But again, as I think I mentioned this, but she's in a fucking camp that's well like supplied. She's not going day by day to like across the country.
And therefore, it's in character for teens to kind of act dramatic, okay? Ellie's reading this journal in The Last of Us Part 1 and says, man, how could kids have been that dumb back then? Because now we realize how dire life is and how precious it is and how hard it is to survive. We don't have time for this shit.
Yeah,
right?
I will say the bacon sandwich scene was pretty dumb. Like I'm not gonna defend that scene. I'll defend the left shit because that was fine. But yeah, that scene was pretty dumb. Like, I mean, you kind of didn't need it.
And that was kind of her character. Not to say there weren't moments in the game that were personable. She had the joke book, and that kind of personalized her and Joel's relationship and how they warmed up to each other over the course of the game.
Yeah, the joke book. Not the multiple times Joel saved Ellie and Ellie saved Joel and all the stuff that they've been through. No, the joke book. All on the joke book, dude. It's okay for the joke book, but Ellie smoking weed? No.
But in general, the whole point of that moment was to prove that Ellie was not like teens in the modern world here, where when we were all young, we were stupid and we all cared about dramatic stupid
But that's
shit.
bullshit, though, that she was like 13, 14, or whatever the fuck. And, like, she doesn't know shit. She lost her first girlfriend to a zombie, so she didn't channel the emotion correctly. She just kind of was like, I'm not gonna be with anyone. That's why she was cold throughout the whole game, because she did not handle it healthy. And she was just being like an edgy teen. Like, no teen is gonna tell you, yeah, man, I care about boys and girls, dude.
Right? She's different, okay? The Last of Us 2 forgets all of that. Literally, like, erases all of that experience that we got from the first game. And Ellie is now a little bit older. But now, she's immature. She cares about teen drama. Oh, I kissed a girl.
Teen drama. I like how it's teen drama when they're the same age. Now, the thing that's hilarious for him to keep saying teen drama, right? Do you know how old Ellie is in The Last of Us 2? She's like 18, between 18 and 20. I think she's 18. Normal people consider 18 to be young adults, adolescent, whatever. Do you want to know how old Panda Lee was when they first met? 18. So, DSP continuously calling Ellie when she's 18 a teen and all the stuff she's into teen shit is a major yikes there, buddy. I mean, yeah, you might want to kind of stop calling it teen shit because, like, but even that aside, it's not really teen shit to go through that because everyone goes through that no matter what. When you're, like, even when you're 20 and you're 30, whatever, you're always wondering, oh, what is this person thinking and all this kind of stuff. Like, it's kind of like clown world to assume that no one has these thoughts, no matter what. Just because there's zombies around doesn't mean that you're not gonna think that. And he always runs to The Walking Dead and how well that show is written and all this stuff. That was a major part of The Walking Dead. In the first fucking book, one of the big things is that Shane and Lori were in a relationship while they assumed Rick was dead, and then Rick showed up and they were like, oh fuck. And he praises The Walking Dead when The Walking Dead had romantic issues. Oh, such a fucking idiot, dude. Ugh.
Barred, and someone said that we were, insulted us and said that it was disgusting that two girls would kiss each other in the barn, and we were so offended by that.
Cleo's
And she's
pissed.
running off with this girl in the middle of a snowstorm when they're being chased down by infected. They run into this
Library?
hideout of a guy who used to be a firefly.
In a
They don't know
snowstorm.
if this place is safe. They don't know if there's infected outside in the blizzard, barging down at the doors trying to kill them.
You walk through the library to loot and shit. I mean, that's the assumption that you cleaned out the building, dumbass.
But they decide to have a love scene. And they also decide to smoke weed.
Whoa.
What? Like, huh?
Huh?
This is supposed to be life or death. You're supposed to be seriously trying to survive every possible moment. If this were realistic to the character development of the first game, none of that would have happened. It would have been, we gotta batten down the hatches, make this place safe. Fuck the weed, who gives a shit about that?
Why does he want, like, Ellie to be, like, a schizophrenic, paranoid person in this game? The way he describes how Ellie should be acting makes her sound like she's neurotic. Ellie has to be neurotic, dude. What? Why does DSP love neurotic women so much? He got into a relationship with Leanna, made sure that she was away from her family. She goes through panic attacks. Then he gets with Kat. Like, why does he like neurotic women so much? It's giving me red flags, dude.
We gotta make sure everything here is safe, and then we gotta get our asses out there because there's other patrols out there stuck in the snowstorm who may be getting killed by these infected. That would have been Ellie from The Last of Us 1. But because a few years have passed, we're supposed to believe her entire personality has completely changed, and she's an irrational, immature, irresponsible idiot. That's the plot of Ellie in The Last of Us 2. And this happens multiple times over the course of the game. There's another point in the game a little bit later, after Joel has been murdered brutally. Okay?
Brutally, dude.
The plot is Ellie is supposed to be heading out into Seattle to hunt down these people, Abby's group, who murdered Joel. Okay? Great. So that means time is of the essence. We gotta rush out there and we gotta...
Again, the game never really implies, heavily at least, that there was some, like, crucial time period they have to make it. I mean, like, again, like, they're part of the Wolves that are stationed in Washington. You don't think that they might be a little bit relaxed once they make it to Washington and say, hey, well, we know that we're in the right state. They're gonna be here.
Every clue, we got to get as many resources as we can, and we got to be on their ass to make sure they don't get away. So while you're in open world roaming of Seattle, you decide to go to a music shop and sit down inside of a music shop you have not secured. There could be infected around the fucking corner or in a closet next to you. And she picks up a guitar and starts playing a guitar song of a song that she remembers that Joel played her. What the fuck is that? Is Ellie an actual survivor, or is she just survived by complete clumsiness? Is she the Mr. Magoo of The Last of Us world, where literally...
Now that's quite a leap. To say just because she played a guitar, she must be the Mr. Magoo, which is a great boomer reference, by the way. My mom likes fucking Mr. Magoo. No, I take that back. She doesn't like Mr. Magoo. She knows I'm Mr. Magoo. She has very unique taste, but what a boomer reference.
She does the dumbest shit, but somehow always survives? Or did someone writing this game completely fucking forget her characterization from the first game? And of course the answer is the latter. The writer basically retconned everything about
But again, like, she already searched through the music store. The game assumes that by the time you get to the guitar, you cleared it out. And yeah, you could skip it. I mean, you could argue, sure, that, like, the guitar shit's dumb. Fine. That's fine. That's a fine criticism. But I think the criticism that DSP has is so petty. It's a petty point. It's like fucking Neil Tyson or whatever the fuck, who says, let me tell you why lightsabers would not work in our world. See, the particles just would not react the same way as the lightsabers. Oh, and the hyperdrive that Han Solo uses just would not work in space. If you do that, you might be killing many planets. And it's like, okay, Neil, we get it. Yeah, Star Wars isn't real. Like, it's that kind of shit. And it's like, do you really want to be that guy?
Character from the first game in order to prove a narrative point. Ellie now is a teenager, so she's full of emotion. She can't control her emotions, and because of that, she has these moments of stupidity where she's smoking weed, having a love scene that's completely superfluous to the game and doesn't need to be in it. Out for revenge, can't control herself. Oh God, she can't control herself, and it's so again.
What does that mean? She can't control herself? Like, there wasn't a lot of scenes where Ellie was like being an emotional, nonsensical person. Like, he's talking as if like she raped Dina or something. Like, was there a scene that I didn't see where Ellie was like, Dina, I cannot control myself. I need to kiss you now. I'm getting horny right now. I haven't had sex in ages.
So ham-handed and fisted, this writing pounding in your
Pounding,
head every
fisting,
possible
oof.
moment that you grow. You know, I'm sorry.
She's not a teen. She's 18. She's an adolescent, dude.
From The Last of Us 1.
Come on.
It's far better. Far better than this character is in the sequel. In the sequel, she's very one-dimensional, very one-sided.
I wouldn't say
really
she's
get
one-dimensional.
Out of this stigma of revenge.
Because it's to show how, like, toxic and powerful the emotion of hate is. Like, it's like, that's part of the cycle of hate. It's such a strong emotion, but whatever. And it's funny he's slamming Ellie for this, but what if, I mean, well, I don't have to say a what if. Look at how he reacted to the Halloween stream. He hated Tevin in that. He hated him. Kept talking about him. All this stuff. He, like, was so upset over it. Like, that's to show how strong hate is. It makes you have this, like, very, like, focused mindset.
Not good writing. It's just.
Oh yeah, Joel did play the piano in the first game. But that's the other thing. There's so many moments in the first game that are dumb. They do a lot of dumb shit in the first game. And he's, like, acting as if it's, like, a cool, like they never did that.
Let's talk a little bit about Joel. The bait and switch. Everyone thought Joel was in this game for a lengthy period of time because there were trailers literally showing him later on in the game that were bait and switch because those were scenes with actually a different character in the real game. They swapped the characters out for the trailer to make you think Joel would be longer in the game when he wasn't. It's blatant.
Whoa, guys. Guys. Can you imagine that? The trailer for a game showed stuff that wasn't in the game. This shocks me. I mean, I've never seen a trailer show stuff in the game that wasn't there. Remember the time, like, I mean, oh, MGS5 never did that, right? MGS5 never showed a trailer and pretended it was a different game to hide the fact that it was Metal Gear Solid 5, right? They never did that. No way. They didn't do that with MGS4, where they showed a first-person shooter, and they made you think it was a first-person shooter until they showed you Snake, right? Whoa, man. Crazy.
False advertising that Neil Druckmann claimed was done for artistic purpose because he wanted to hide the true plot of the game. He didn't want people to know.
I mean, you could criticize the trailer and say, like, it's lame that they did that. I'm not gonna, say that you can't complain about it, but it's not. The Last of Us 2 isn't the first and won't be the last offender of this. Come on.
Was going to die so early on in the game. Well, guess what? That's a big fuck you to people who actually believe the advertising for the game, like the Joel character, buy the game and find out he's barely in it. He's basically only in flashback sequences.
Now, I was watching, I don't know if it was a podcast or if it was the review that Rocco did, but the one thing he mentions that I agreed with was that when they announced Last of Us 2, I always assumed that it was gonna focus on Ellie. I didn't think it was gonna, I thought at most Joel would just be relegated to a side character or like a secondary character. Like he wouldn't be the main character. I understood that it was gonna be focusing on Ellie, and I get that that scene was like false advertising, making you think that Joel was gonna have a bigger role. I get that, but I kind of feel like, you know, if you weren't on, if you didn't see it as like, hey, Ellie's gonna be the main character, I don't know what to tell you. Um, so that's how I feel about that. You know what I mean?
Joel also is completely out of character in this game, because the Joel we know from The Last of Us 1 is the ultimate survivor. He's the one who was the smuggler who, against all odds, would deliver the package or deliver whatever it was, the delivery. And people were shocked that he would get away with the stuff that he did and that he survived as long as he did. That's why they entrusted him to have the one human who was immune to this fungus.
Guess what? Wrong! That's not the story at all. He really needs to replay Last of Us 1, because if you replayed it, the person they trusted was the guy that was voiced by Robin Atkins Downs. That guy. They entrusted him initially. He dies. They killed him. So, you know, Marlene was left with Joel and Tess. Now, Joel did not want to take the job. Marlene kind of blackmailed him into taking the job. Because if he played the first game, like he claims he loved how much he loves, he'd remember that the only reason why Joel took the job was so that they could get their weapon stash back. Because their weapon stash was taken by the Fireflies to use as leverage to get Joel and Tess to do the job. And then when they tried to go to the drop spot and it went wrong, Joel was already willing to just go home. He even tells Tess, we're done. It's over. What, you know, fuck this, okay? We're done. And Tess was like, no, you gotta do it, man. You gotta do it, because Tess was like infected, so she kind of wanted Joel to continue the job. So then, like, Joel continues the job for Tess's dying wish. So no one trusted Joel with this job. The Fireflies didn't trust Joel. They didn't want him to do it because he's very selfish. And he was. This guy is he's so fake. He plays a game and vaguely remembers shit. He doesn't remember anything out of anything he likes. And that's not even the story. At all.
To deliver that human, because they thought he was the one who could get the job done.
Nope. Wrong.
Even though he wasn't even a Firefly, the Fireflies trusted him with this ultimate job, okay? How does Joel die in The Last of Us 2? Well, he just happens to be being chased by infected. He's with Tommy, his brother, and they run into Abby by complete accident. What a critical plot device, huh? Well, of course, we know Abby wants him.
I mean, Abby was in that area, so, I mean, laws of probability, dude. There would be a chance of them meeting. Weren't they gonna murk Ellie when they found out she was bitten? They were, but Ellie convinced them that she was immune. Like they were already they were considering it because of the scanner. But then, like, you know, Ellie was like, "Look, I was bitten like 3 weeks ago. I didn't turn, all this kind of stuff." So then they continued anyway. And by the time that they made to the drop point, Tess started to entertain that thought. Like, she was like, "What if she is immune? I mean, look at that. That bite's been there for like weeks, and look at the bite that I have. That's just a couple of hours, and it's worse compared to hers." So, like, that's kind of what happened.
Dead because he murdered her father in the first game. Abby leads Joel and Tommy to the base where all of her people are hanging out. All right, and when they go in to this area, all right, basically Joel forgets everything about his survival skills. He doesn't remember that, oh, this is a new group of people I just met. Maybe I shouldn't trust them. He tells them his name. He tells them where they're from. Tommy tells them where they're from.
Yeah, Joel never told them where they're from. all the memes kept blaming Joel for that, but it was Tommy. When you watch that cutscene, Tommy immediately tells them, "You guys can come with us to Jackson." Joel never said that. The second thing is that Joel has always given his name to strangers. The guys that they met from Hartford in the first game, he tells them their name. He's like, "Yo, man, I'm Joel. What up?" And then they continue on their very way. Joel has always told people that his name. He never lied about his name. And honestly, in that world of the infected, a name is pretty worthless because it doesn't really mean much.
Says we should go hang out at where we are. Literally, just 1,000,000% does everything wrong.
Does everything wrong.
Well, I take that back. Joel gets murdered.
No, yeah. You know, Dante, that is a fair criticism. You could argue that it's dumb how it was done. Though I would slightly say that there's characters that could outsmart other characters, because Joel is a normal person by the end of the day. So whatever. The other thing is that even going by DSP's recounting of the first story, you could also argue that by the end of the first game that he became a whole person and trusting of Ellie and all this kind of stuff could also make him weak. He could make Joel more trusting of random people because of that. But I mean that's a reach too. But you didn't tell them Ellie's the one who did. I do need to play the first game again. I only remember some stuff, but I just remember that people knew his name in the first game too. But I don't know. I wouldn't sit there and assume that Joel wouldn't willingly be afraid to tell people his name either. I don't know. Whatever. But you know.
If Joel were in character to his character from the first game, he would never have died in the sequel. But they retconned everything you know from the first game.
Well, he could still die. I mean, Joel isn't the Flash. I mean, what's to stop them from shooting him anyway? People act as if Joel wouldn't die in the second game. He could still die in the second game. They could shoot him in the leg. They could do whatever, and then they could find out other ways. I mean, there's ways around all this shit. But I mean, again, you could argue that it's weak how it played out. I guess I could say that's fair, but I don't. I think the way that DSP is criticizing it is pretty dumb, though. I don't agree with how his point.
They needed Joel to die early.
Well, to a point, though, Aura, they did kind of outsmart them by when Abby met Joel and Tommy in the first place. Abby was very, they were "Oh, we need to go somewhere." Abby heard that and said, "Oh, they need to go somewhere? I know. I'll tell them. I found a place that's safe. Get them to go there, and then, take it from there." Which is pretty safe. It's a way of outsmarting because they saved Abby from infected, so they already have this notion of we saved her, so she's gonna do something for us. Scratch her back, she'll scratch our back. So, Abby took that for her advantage. Oh, sweet, they saved me. I'll pretend to be kind and say, "Oh, come by my place." And and they were already in a position where they couldn't really say no, because they were strapped for ideas. They're what can we do? I mean, there's infected there. We need to go somewhere safe. So she used that to her advantage. So that is one step of outsmarting someone. But when they get there, you could kind of say, well, that part is kind of weak. But again, I could see that part was kind of forced as well. But again, you could find other ways to get around all this stuff. I mean, even then, let's say that Joel's "Nah, man, we're good." Abby could just also say, "Okay, go on your way." Then she could stalk them, find out how their base works. I mean, there's 1,000 other ways that you could have done it, but I didn't mind how they got Joel and Tom into that lodge. I didn't mind I didn't have an issue with. I do see an issue when it comes to like the name giving and like, oh, that part. I could see that part, but uh there's other ways. There's thousands of ways. We could be here all day talking about how they could have made the story, dude.
Emotion-infused character who does stupid shit constantly. And
We're gonna be here all
cannot be
day if
stopped
you
from
do
getting
that.
her revenge. Okay? All plot devices, and in my opinion, bad writing. It's completely out of character from what you liked about the first game. Okay?
You don't even
Now
remember the
let's
first
talk a little
game,
bit
dude.
about Abby. Abby, a character who everything you're told in the game about her is that she's a horrible person. She's a vicious killer for this group of survivors from Seattle called the Wolves. She kills everyone wanton, like left and right, without reckless abandon, no consideration for anything. If her boss Isaac tells her to kill someone, she goes and does it. People actually like, whoa, it's Abby. Holy shit, she's the vicious killer. You got to treat her with reverence and respect because she's
Reverence
the
and
hot
respect,
shit
dude.
in this group. Okay. Her first few moments of the game are getting revenge on Joel. And after that happens, all of a sudden, she becomes a good character. Everything she does is basically...
They never say that she becomes a good character. The game doesn't go out of its way to say that Abby is a great character. Like, she does fucked up shit. The point of Abby's campaign is to give you an understanding of that character. You can say whatever you want about it. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to feel, but the whole point is to show her side of it, like why she wanted to kill Joel. They explain her motive, which I think is why I think that she has a very strong revenge motive, unlike Ellie. But she has a strong motive there. They expand more on it, and it's to show that like just because she killed Joel doesn't mean that she's like super evil, heartless, evil character. That's not what they're showing. They're humanizing her by showing her like, well, look, she did stuff that's bad, but you're supposed to kind of see both sides. They try to make Abby she's multi-dimensional. She's not just one thing. Now as Dante Lowell, I keep bringing up Dante Lowell, but he brings up like the game favors her a lot, and I get that too. But I think it's for a point because if they did not favor Abby, I think you wouldn't buy. You wouldn't give her a chance. Because I said in my review is that when you move the character to be on Abby, it's an uphill fight. You're already trying to convince the player, give her a chance. Like hear her out, all this kind of stuff. If they did not do anything that kind of gives you anything to go off of, you're not going to be willing to give that chance. So, if you could say that maybe it went too far in that direction, I think it was fine. I just think that she just had a more interesting campaign, but I think they did it just because they wanted to make sure that you gave her that chance. Because like if you're like DSP when you got to that part and you're just like she killed Joel, fuck her, yeah, and you just kind of clock out after that. I mean, some people did. I'm not gonna blame people for clocking out. I mean, Joel's a likable character for some people, but I can understand people clocking out after that point. But I think the whole point is that it's trying to get you to give her a chance. You're not going to give her a chance if the game doesn't give you anything to go off of. I mean, you can say it's cliche, but I mean, Last of Us 1 was also riddled with cliches. I mean, like, as I said, like, I don't mind a story to be tropey, but, I mean, because, like, Last of Us 1 didn't really subvert my expectations. It kind of went the path that I kind of expected it to. That doesn't mean it's bad necessarily, but I mean, you could sit there and say whatever about cliches. I didn't mind it being cliched because the first one was also pretty cliched, in my opinion. So I was willing to accept it.
Good-hearted stuff. During the course of her character development, you befriend all these people who she was with in the Wolves. Of course, if you're someone like me who played the first game and saw this character murder Joel within the first few hours,
Like
you hate
me.
this fucking character. You don't want to get to know Abby. You don't give two shits about her backstory. You want her dead. She killed Joel.
Now, see, this is what's lame about it. Now, this is like the kind of people that is why people have to spell shit out, right? Because you have people like Phil where it's like, you like get to know her, she killed Joel, which is such a cop-out. Because I think it's interesting to get into those kind of characters. Like, I've been always fascinated by villains. You know, that's why a lot of people like villains in some cases. They like to know more about it. Like, you know, Metal Gear Solid does this great with Big Boss. Like, you want to know more about Big Boss. Like, what made him such a very bad guy in Metal Gear 1 and 2. Like, what happened during that time when he was, like, helping America? He was a good guy and all this stuff, but then he turned on Foxhound. He turned on America. He turned on all these people. And you want to know what happened. So, like, I think it's kind of lame to just kind of immediately just kind of not want have any interest in what Abby did. I was interested in what Abby did and why she did it. So like when they explained why she did it, I was like, oh, okay, I could see that. I could see why Abby wanted to go after Joel. It was interesting. The human reactions of the characters was the core of the first one. Yeah, like these really wanted to direct hate towards the actress Laura Bailey. Yeah, poor Laura Bailey. She did a good job with Abby.
It's fucked up, right?
Yeah.
But the game literally has one half of the game where you play as Abby and you have to know everything about her past with her father and the Fireflies.
Well, I'll get it later. I'll talk about this later.
Wolf characters. Later on in the game, she runs into a group of survivors.
Yeah, he was gonna cry over Joel, dude.
All right, excuse me, not survivors. A group of outcasts from the rival faction in Seattle, which is called the Seraphites, also known as the Scars. They're basically a cult of religious nuts who believe all these religious crazy things about that there was a prophet who they have to follow her way and all of this stuff. So there's two people who are outcasts as part of that group. She befriends them and comes to find out, gee, maybe not everyone in that group was evil to begin with. Maybe they're just misguided.
No, that is wrong. That's not the point. It wasn't that, oh, maybe these people aren't so bad. It's that the group is bad. I mean, the game does not glorify the Scars at all. It's to show that these kids wanted to be themselves. This group didn't want them to because of their own reasons. And that's the point. It's not about maybe they're misguided. It's like no, they're a bad group. Whatever.
By this really weird way of thought, and maybe they're not all bad, they're just really misled. And that's kind of the common plot for her. It's her realization over the course of the game that she's been doing the wrong thing all along. That listening to the wolves and just blindly following orders isn't the right thing to do.
But like he's kind of ignoring the backstory between the wolves and the Scars. There is a reason why they're fighting. They're not fighting because, oh, Scars bad, oh, wolves bad. It was like they made a treaty. They made a truce. They made a truce. These kids from, I think the Scars was the faction. These kids that did this. These kids attacked another wolf. Then the wolf attacked back at the kids, and that infringed on the treaty. So that's what triggered the war. It wasn't like this brainwashed hatred for each other. It was hatred because they made a treaty, and both sides thought that the other side went bad on it. So it's not like mindless hate. It was just at that point in the story that Abby was like she was with it too in the beginning. Like when you go through the game, she starts saying like, yeah, fuck the Scars. Oh, these people are assholes. Fuck them. And then she starts meeting Yara and Lev, and she likes them, but hates the Scars. Still, her hatred for the Scars did not change at all. And the only time she goes against the wolves was when the wolves were gonna kill Lev. She was like, no, they just want to go to Santa Barbara. Why can't we just let them go? They did nothing wrong. They're not a part of this war. They're their own like people. And Isaac was like, no, fuck them. They're the scars. Kill them anyway. So like that's the fucking thing. How can you fucking miss this? Ugh.
Especially when she befriends two people who are from the enemy group. Of course, during the course of the plot, the leader of her group finds that she's befriended the people and orders her to step away so he can kill them. She refuses, and now all hell breaks loose, and now her own people are now out to kill her because she sided with these people from the other group. So it's very cliche. It's a very cliche story of redemption and realization. Is it necessarily terrible?
I wouldn't say it's
No,
redemption. It
but
doesn't really
you
redeem
gave
her,
that
but
story of redemption
whatever.
to a character you hate because you killed Joel. You know what I mean? Like, Abby killed Joel.
But like that's part of the theme. The whole game has this theme of hate. So they want you to hate Abby. And the whole point of this of this campaign of Abby is for you to feel conflicted with your hate. That is the point. Like, this guy sucks Kojima's dick now because people make fun of him for hating Kojima, but this is something that Kojima would do in his games as well. The whole point of video games is to kind of immerse you and give you these, like, feelings about it. And it's supposed to, like, give you this perception. And it does... I take that back. I guess this game does try to subvert your expectations. If it succeeds or it doesn't, whatever. That's for you to decide on your own. But that's, like, the point. Like, if you played the game and you gave it a fair chance, at the very least, I feel that the people who played the game and gave it a chance, they at least get what they were trying to do with it. It wasn't about necessarily if they did it right or wrong, but you get the intent. Like that's why I feel like when I was playing it to kind of flex on Phil, I think I gave that game a better chance because I actually took it at face value. I see a lot of good and bad in it, but I appreciate the stuff it tried to do, and I think that's I appreciate games, be it bad or good, no matter what. I appreciate games for attempting stuff and failing. I think that's something nice to see. Pigs don't have feelings.
You give this redemption story to anyone else, maybe I would have cared. You gave it to the character who killed the person who was beloved from the first game within the first few hours, so no one gives a fuck. You see what I'm saying? Like,
now,
the way that I see this game.
Now look at this. This will also go into a little bit what I was going to say later, but I'll say it now. Remember in the Vestreak review of Last of Us 2 when he told us that one of the reasons why he loved the first one, oh, the game is dark and like anything can happen. See, we live in a sheltered world. They gave you perspective, man. You could die any day in The Last of Us. You could die tomorrow. In The Last of Us, you could die any day. Right? And then, when The Last of Us 2 gives you that scenario where you could die any day, it's stupid! It's terrible! Fuck this game! Ew! Mr. Snowflake hates the game for being dark. Shocker.
Is like Neil Druckmann, the director of the game, wanted to tell a story of hatred on the one side and redemption on the other. Two juxtaposed characters from different backgrounds and different backstories and how they're at odds for the entirety of the game. All right? That's fine. But do you sacrifice everything you built in your first game that people loved and most people agree was one of the best games of last console generation, if not the best? I said it was my Game of the Year pick for 2013. Do you sacrifice all of that you created, that amazing thing, in order to create a new narrative for the sequel? Do you really make us want to retcon everything we know about these beloved characters? Do you really want us to stop caring about everything that we cared about in order to push an agenda and tell a story? That's exactly what happens in The Last of Us Part 2. We're expected to not care about any of that shit from the first game and instead just swallow a new story. Tough shit. Why can't you believe these characters changed in such a huge, dramatic way between the first and second game? Because that's not who they are. That's not who they were characterized as, and that's why I don't buy it. The story of Abby isn't a bad story, but Abby is hated from the moment you meet her. Now you want us to care about her for the rest of the game.
He misses the point so much. It's about hate, and he thinks it's about redemption. This guy loves redemption. Redemption this, redemption that, redemption, redemption, redemption. Jesus.
Also have issues not only just with the story in general, but the way that the story is paced and the way that the story is laid out in the game. The story starts off supposedly in present day. Ellie and Joel living with this group of survivors in Jackson, along with Tommy and all those other people who had lived at the dam in the first Last of Us. Once Joel is murdered, okay, the game separates. Now you're playing as Ellie, and you're trying to hunt down the people who killed Joel. But there's many time lapses back to the past where you have flashback sequences where Ellie's younger and she's doing things with Joel and Tommy. They're going to a museum. They're fighting infected inside of a hotel. They're doing these things that, in honesty, if that was The Last of Us Part 2, you probably would have liked a hell of a lot more. But these are literally wedged and juxtaposed into the story of Ellie's revenge.
Man, he really loves that word, juxtapose. Juxtapose.
Because everywhere Ellie goes, she kills this wolf. She kills another wolf. She kills every single friend that Abby ever had without any real justification, just because they were there when Joel was murdered.
Again, she wasn't killing them, like, intentionally. One of them was already dead. Nora was infected with spores, so she was dead anyway. The point of that scene was, like, Ellie said, "Hey, since you're already dead, I'll tell you what. You tell me what I want to know, and I'll kill you, give you a mercy killing, kill you fast. Or, if you don't tell me, I'll make sure it's slow and painful." She didn't go there like, "Yeah, fuck you, Nora, I'm gonna kill you anyway." And then, with Mel and Owen, I think I mentioned Mel and Owen earlier in this video too, but Mel and Owen, it was a self-defense kind of thing, because Mel and Owen attacked her because she was going to kill them, and then she ended up killing them because they tried to kill her, There you go. He used to love saying real talk. That's really what was going on. It wasn't like Ellie was going around just killing all these people. These people had they had context behind their deaths. It wasn't no context or in cold blood. I mean, the only one you could say just died was Manny, but Manny was already on his way to death when come on.
Until she finally hunts down Abby. It's gruel. It's gruel. It's cruel. It's grueling. It's gory. It's disgusting. It really feels like there's movies out there from the 1970s, grindhouse movies that are like this. It's just kill, revenge. That's what her plotline feels.
Grindhouse. But again, he said that, the world of The Last of Us is so dark, dude. It's so dark you could die any day. The one time the game, explores that, that's too much, man. Okay.
Feels like. And because it was so dark, I feel that Neil Druckmann felt he had to interpose these flashbacks to when Joel was still alive to break it up. So it's not just so dark, gore, kill, because it might have been too much for people to handle if he had done it like that. Okay? So the story gets to a point when Ellie's side, where basically they can't find Abby, they give up, the survivors are going to go back to Jackson. Well, all of a sudden, Abby finds them, kills one of them, just out of the blue, boom, shoots him in the face. And now, here comes the big culmination, right? You've played the game now for about 15, 20 hours as Abby, her ridiculous revenge quest. You're going to get the culmination, right? Wrong. Because Neil says, guess what, folks? Fuck you. You've been waiting this long for some kind of a payoff. Now you got to wait another 15 hours because we're going to go tell Abby's side of the story. So you got to wait for any kind of a resolution. So now you flash to Abby's side, and it's like...
Now, this part I did not like. Because the first thing you do when they flash you back to Abby is so fucking boring. Alright, Abby, we gotta go over here. Okay, we're going over there. Let's move some dumpsters around. Let's climb the building. There's a boat. You need to cross the boat to go over there. Okay, let's go over there. How are we gonna move? Are we gonna do that? We got this ladder. There we go. Let's take this extension cord, throw it over there, man. And it was just like, this is so fucking dull. To follow up such a climactic fight to like moving dumpsters around and shit was just like, oh, this is awful. Abby's campaign grew on me, obviously, but it was just such a bad thing to follow, the theater scene. That was insane.
What? You get the biggest feeling of like disappointment, blue balls. You're like, are you kidding me? I played.
Are you kidding me?
And it's like, what? You get the biggest feeling of like disappointment, blue balls. You're like, are you kidding me? I played all.
Oh my god, how nasally he got was wild.
To get to this point, and now you're gonna make me wait to see what happens. Yes, because now you have to experience the entire story through Abby's side. Her story picks up basically when she gets back to base with the wolves after she murdered Joel, and you have to go through a complex plot line of her going through stuff with the wolves. Oh no, someone who she had a romantic relationship in the past is missing. I have to go hunt this person down. And so she goes through all this thing, killing people left and right to try to get to this guy, to find out what happened to him and see if he's okay. When you get all romantic flashbacks of her and this guy in the past.
No.
And then when she finally gets to this thing, killing people left and going through stuff with the wolves. Oh no, someone who she had a romantic relationship in the past is missing. I have to go hunt this person down.
Look how lame that is. She only was looking for Owen to get more of an idea of what's going on.
And so she goes through all this thing, killing people left and right to try to get to this guy, to find out what happened to him and see if he's okay. When you get all romantic flashbacks of her and this guy in the past. Then when she finally gets to the guy, there's a gratuitous sex scene in the game.
Look how Maddie got over a sex scene. And like, honestly, the sex scene is nowhere near as bad as the memes. It's like he saw the memes and assumed that, if there's memes, people must hate it. I mean, there's reasons why people don't like that sex scene, but I think some of those are wrong. Some people thought it was Manny that was doing the sex scene when it wasn't. It was Owen, the person who doesn't look like Neil Druckmann, doing the sex scene. The motion capture thing is a little different. I mean, we're not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue the motion capture because I don't know who did what, whatever. But it was a cliched sex scene. You could argue that. I mean, I agree with that. It was kind of like the build-up was bland, but I mean, it was like a scene that lasted for like less than a minute. It was a very quick scene. It didn't really do anything.
I'm not gonna harp on this, but I'm just gonna say this: The Last of Us Part 1 was one of the best written games I've ever experienced in my life. Okay? Probably I'll hold it up to that regard as I get older as well.
You don't even remember the game.
One of the best stories I've ever experienced in a game.
You don't remember the game.
How many sex scenes did The Last of Us Part 1 have? 0! Because it didn't have to go to those stupid cliche...
No, I like how he sees sex the same way Boomer TV sees it. Sex sells. Sex is only for this. But, like, you could use sex in a lot of ways. I mean, this was just used to show, like, Abby and Owen still have feelings for each other. They still, like, have a connection. That they may not want to admit, but they still have a connection. That was the point of it. It's cliched, sure, but, just because a story has it doesn't mean it's dumb or it's bad or anything. This is such a boomer way to look at it. When you also remember that DSP literally likes Game of Thrones. He likes Game of Thrones at the time when he was watching the show, and that is like the king of needless sex scenes. But man, one sex scene that must be for the lowest common denominator, and it's like that's such a lame way to look at it. Like, come on.
ways of humanizing characters or making you feel more for the character. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to go there. It didn't have to go to the low denominator of, oh, let's throw a sex scene in.
Again, this is coming from a guy that keeps talking about poop in vivid detail.
Shock value or love or whatever.
Shock value, love.
The writing was good. All right? This game has to go there. Not only does it have to have the most over-the-top, gratuitous gore and hate-filled plot lines, it also has to have sex scenes in it.
See how ignorant DSP is to storytelling? Like, he is so fucking dumb about it. Like, he has no comprehension of good story. This is really why I wanted to watch Ava. I really would love to know DSP's opinion on Evangelion. Like, it's my dream to have him watch the show and the movie, and to hear how much he hates it. I guarantee he'd hate that story, and he wouldn't understand it. He'd probably be like, "What? Oh, why did Shinji go into the fucking mech? He's a fucking idiot. Why would he try to go to Venta? Oh, he tried to please his dad. Wow. Well, you know what? I love my dad, so why would I go into a fucking mech for him? What a fucking idiot. Shinji's a bitch, dude. He's a bitch, dude." It's such a dumb fucking argument. He doesn't know anything about storytelling, character moments, or anything like that, but okay.
Just so they have them in there and they can say that they're in there, okay? So then, the first half of Abby's story is completely pointless, because by the time that she actually gets to the guy...
You should watch Kill la Kill!
...he had a romantic relationship...
That's on Hulu! He can watch that!
He's gotten another girl pregnant, that he's now with this other girl, and they're planning to leave and go to...
Oh, wait.
...to the guy who they could say that they're in there, okay? So then, the first half of Abby's story is completely pointless, because by the time that she actually gets to the guy who she supposedly had a romantic relationship with, you find out that he's gotten another girl pregnant, that he's now with this other girl, and they're planning to leave.
She was pregnant at the beginning of the game. She didn't get another girl pregnant. He got Mel pregnant in the... whatever.
And go to Santa Barbara, California in Hunt of the Fireflies. Well, guess what? Abby has sex with him anyway, so she's a horrible person.
I love that Abby having sex with Owen makes her a terrible person, even though it was Owen that started it. Owen initiated the sex scene. And he's blaming Abby. This has no misogynistic tendencies at all. It doesn't make him sound like he hates women at all. How is it? Why would that make Abby a terrible person? And this is also coming from the guy who had an affair, who stole a girl. He stole fucking Cat from Subaru Man, and he's telling us that Abby is the bad person. Wow.
And even though the whole story is supposed to be a story of like redemption and her growing, she's a horrible person. She basically makes the guy cheat. Okay.
She makes the guy cheat? How? Owen was the one that started it. I can't get over how he blames Abby for something Owen did. Is Abby a Jedi? Did she did a mind trick with him? Like, you will have sex with me, Owen. I will have sex with you, Abby. Like, come on. She shows up. He's like, breaking down, and like, we're gonna see that scene, guys. Get your parents' permission before we show the scene, guys. Okay, we're going to the scene, guys. We'll watch it in the outsider vision. We'll watch it in his playthrough. Whoops, his video.
Shocking.
Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Should, if he doesn't have it in this, oh, there it is.
I could torture them until they're crying,
Let's get the context, dude.
Two idiots.
Abby,
told you, fucking idiots.
But see,
Terrible.
like they both, but like it, they both, like started it. It wasn't Abby. Like she was there just to see how he was doing. He wasn't there. She wasn't there like to have sex with him.
Shay fucking writing possible is what it is. Oh, this is delightful.
Yeah, it was sort of. I mean, I guess it was. I guess it was more mutual than I thought. So I'll say it was mutual. I'll agree with that. It was a mutual scene. So So it's still like not Abby's fault that it happened. I mean, it was a heat of the moment thing for both of them. But she's a terrible person. It's her fault. She made Owen do it. See, she raped him with raped him with kindness, dude. She was there, and man, it was rough. She was like, fucking do it, bitch. It was not mutual at all, except for when it was.
And then it's back to another plot line of now she's basically trying to get back to her people, but she has these interactions with these two outcast.
I don't know if she was planning on going back to the wolves at that point, but I do know that she only made it there because of Yara and Lev. She only made it there because of them. They stayed in that trailer because they didn't want to leave. Abby went back to check on them to see if they're doing okay. So then she finds out that they were doing okay, whatever, except for Yara, who had compartment syndrome. So that's why she went back there. I don't know if she was planning on going back to the wolves, though. I don't remember that necessarily.
Scars or Sarah,
that's like
people who were in the cult, who were thrown out of the cult because one of them basically identified as a different gender, and identifying as a different gender, they cut their hair, and the cult is like...
That's wrong, by the way. They don't cut their hair to identify as a different gender. That makes no fucking sense. The reason why Lev cut his hair, if he paid attention to the story, he cut off his hair because he wanted to be a warrior. He wanted to be a fighter and all this kind of stuff. And in this cult, women do get to be fighters as well. I mean, they kind of arrange it. But they told Lily at the time, that you're going to be a bride. You're going to get married. You're not going to be a fighter. You're going to be a housekeeper. You're going to have a baby, whatever. This is your role. And she didn't like that, so she cut off her hair to be a man. She wanted to be a man. She felt more like that. And that's why they hated it. That's what was going on. I didn't want to watch because spoilers. Oh, well. My bad, dude.
You are not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to cut hair. You're not allowed to act as anything that you are. If you're a boy, you're a boy. If you're a girl, you're a girl. And if you disagree, that's against the cult rules. So literally, the cult's trying to kill these two kids. So Abby befriends these kids. And the plot line now becomes trying to save these kids' lives. One of the kids gets their arm horrendously fucking smashed to the point where it's disgusting, gruesome shit, torture scene. And now she has to try to save the kid's life. So now I have to...
There were no torture scenes in Last of Us 1, apparently. Except the time when they tried to eat Ellie.
To go to a hospital to get supplies to save the kid. So now I got to do this to save the kids. Uh-oh, one of the kids is upset because their mother now might not want to go with them to Santa Barbara. So now you got to go try to save the mother. So it's just...
You're not trying to save the mother, though. You're trying to save Lev.
Elongated plot with Abby. I'm not going to go to every single scene, but it's basically a story of her redemption. After her revenge quest where she kills Joel, then...
It wasn't much of a redemption run, but whatever.
Dude who already has a pregnant girlfriend. Then she decides she's going to become a good person.
It's Abby's fault, dude. Obviously.
She has to try to save these Seraphites and do all the right things. And the game all of a sudden becomes the story of Abby's redemption. All right? Maybe if Abby didn't kill Joel in the first 3 hours of the game, you would buy it. I didn't buy it.
You could buy it, though. But again, the game isn't about redeeming Abby. It was just about the cycle of hate. Just because that Abby did good things doesn't mean that you have to love her. Ugh.
Or care, because guess what? Joel's dead. She brutally murdered the most meaningful character of the first game within the first few hours of this one. I don't care about her story of fucking redemption anymore. Okay? So then near the end of Abby's storyline...
Okay, so let's say that she didn't kill Joel, right? She didn't kill him. Let's say that DSP got his way. what the fuck would she be redeeming? She wasn't against the wolves during her campaign. She made it pretty clear that she still hated the Scars even after saving Levin and Yara because they were outcasts of the Scars, so that doesn't mean that she loves the Scars now. She only disagreed with the wolves when they were insisting that they were gonna want to kill Lev. So I mean, what was she redeeming? Ugh.
We finally, around like 25 hours into this game, get back to the scene where Abby ran into Ellie and the other survivors, and we get the culminating scene. This scene is so fucking terrible.
Now again, just remember what he told us in the Vest Streak video, that we live in a snowflake land, while Ellie lives in dark land, where you could die any day, gruesome shit happens, fucked up shit happens every day in the Last of Us land. Remember that.
And here's why. This scene forces you to play as Abby and hunt down Ellie. It's the last thing I ever wanted to do in a video game. I never wanted to ever draw a weapon or pull a gun on the other protagonist who you've grown to love over the course of a game and a game and a half now. A character who you feel is completely mistreated in this game and out of character. It's awful. It's literally misery in a...
Misery, dude. It's misery. But like that's the point. That's the whole point of that scene. Bad shit happens. Like this is so lame, and this is coming from a guy that yells at his chat for having waifus. If you had a waifu, you're a loser and immature. But if you see Ellie as a daughter, you're cool. So I guess DSP is more okay with people pretending that Ellie's their daughter than having a waifu.
Game, okay? It's once you hit this point, you don't want to play anymore. I literally said to everyone playing the game, I said, I don't want to do this scene where I'm beating up Ellie.
He told us before that the golf club scene was where he would stop playing, but now it's this scene. Okay.
With these fucking giant roided arms that Abby has. It's fucked up, it's gory, it's disgusting.
Yeah,
I don't
gory,
want to do
dude.
this. The game's forcing me to do things that I hate. What other game can you say? The game literally forced me to hate myself to get...
There's a lot of games that do this, though. It is a thing I kind of like, honestly. I like games that make you feel certain ways. And this is such a snowflake complaint. He's complaining about a game that makes you feel a bad emotion. There's nothing wrong with any form of media making you feel bad emotions. Like, it's so fucking stupid for him to say this. Like, imagine if he was watching A Clockwork Orange. Imagine what he would say in that. The main character in A Clockwork Orange, I mean, I'll be honest, I vaguely remember that movie. The last time I watched that movie, I was 12 years old. 12 years old, and I watched A Clockwork Orange. And the only thing I remember in that movie was that the main character raped so many women in that movie. Then, at some point, he gets arrested finally, and they force him to watch his crimes back to back to back. And and I just remember it being a really fucked up movie. And every time I talk about it to my friends about it, they're like, "Oh, this movie's really fucked up." And a lot of people say that it's one of their least favorite Stanley Kubrick films just because of that. Just because it was so, like, harsh and rough to sit through. Because it is a fucked up movie. But, like, that's kind of, like, what's interesting about it. Like, that's what I like about Kubrick films. He goes into a lot of, like, headspaces that are very dark. And I really like his movies. He's a master, dude. And oh my god, I keep bringing this guy up. I love his movies. Yorgos Lanthimos. His movies are on Netflix. Fucking check out Killing of a Sacred Deer. Killing of a Sacred Deer is a great movie. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies that he made. It's about this. It has Colin Farrell in it, or is it Colin Firth? I keep getting these two confused. But it's about this doctor who I think he commits malpractice a little bit. Like he does something that the son doesn't agree with because because his dad died from this surgery gone wrong. Because I think the guy like drank, was drunk during it, whatever. That happens, and the son and that guy comes up to him and says, "Hey, you have to pick who you gonna kill. You have to kill your wife, your son, or your daughter. You have to pick one of them. One of them has to die, and the longer you choose not to do it, they're gonna get fucked up, and they're gonna get worse and worse and worse, and they get into terrible like their condition gets worse and worse as the movie goes on to the point where it's hard to see, and the guy is forced to choose. It is a fucked up movie. It's a really good movie. I really recommend that movie. Lars von Trier. My mom loves his movies. I did not like Antichrist. I thought that movie was just. I did not like that movie. I did like he did that House that Jack Built. That's a good movie. I like that one. That one was nice. I liked the how dark that one was and all that. That was a good movie. I like that one. I like that one.
Get through this part of the game, right? It's misery. I don't think I've ever played a game.
But there are games that do this. I heard that. I think you brought this up, ProxyCon. Nier has a new game plus that delves into this. Even your Automata kind of does this too. When you do the last campaign, they force you to choose 9S or 8-2 to go with one or the other. So you choose whatever one you choose. It's gonna matter. What else? I feel there was another game I loved that did it, but I can't think of it now. But there are tons of games that do this, and DSP played some of them, and he's like, "What game does this, man?"
That when I played it for 25 hours, I felt so miserable.
Even Persona 5 does this shit. Persona 5. Like and it's like the baby mode version of it, where it's like, yeah, these people are in jail. Do you feel good about it? Like it's like it does it, but it's like not nearly as bad. But it makes you think. It makes you think about it.
I felt like shit, and I said to my viewers at that point, if I
never played Dragon Guard 2. I played a little bit of 3
though. I wasn't doing it for a live stream, and I wasn't doing it because I knew I wanted to professionally review the game when I was done. I would have turned the fucking game off, put the controller down, and never played it again. So I don't even want to see how it ends because it made me feel so bad at that point to have the two protagonists fighting each other, killing each other, the gore, disgusting shit, taking Dina, who's the romantic interest of Ellie, and smashing her fucking face into the fucking theater floors, blood going everywhere.
Remember, he told us that in the first game, it's not safe space land. It's not everyone else is a snowflake, but in Last of Us land, you could die any day, man. Fucked up things can happen. Fucked up things happen. Oh my god, I can't handle it. Ew. Oh.
Everywhere. Like, fuck this game. Like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? This isn't entertaining. This isn't fun. This is torture. To have to watch, this is misery. Do I play games to make myself feel like shit constantly? Am I a fucking an asshole who loves to torture himself? Of course not. Why the fuck am I going through this? And that's how I felt playing through this portion of the game.
I mean, this makes it sound like a snowflake.
Basically, has Abby let Ellie go. Okay, I'll let you go. That should have been the end of the game right there. But no, there's more misery. Because Druckmann said, I can't release you from this misery gore game. I now have to continue the pain. Ellie is haunted by the death of Joel. The fact that she had a chance.
Yeah, because it's to show that the fangs of hate run deep. Like that hatred runs deep inside her. It's not something that you can forget. It's to show how poisoning hatred is. Like, it doesn't let go. Like, it doesn't let you go. Once you taste hate, you can't let go.
To get
like,
Abby,
how can you
Abby got
miss
away,
this?
She can't live with it, even though she now lives in a nice house with her girlfriend Dina and the baby, because Dina was pregnant. That was part of the plot.
Oh yeah.
She has a family now. She can't let it go. She's so haunted by Joel's death. She again has to go after Abby again. The game's not fucking over. There's more gore to come. The ending basically is completely not satisfying. And the truth is, a lot of people had a ton of issue with the ending. I don't think I had as much issue with the ending as most people. Reason being, most people were looking for some kind of an ultimate resolution. she again has to go after Abby again. The game's not fucking over. There's more gore to come.
Now, like that's what that's supposed to show. Like she had this great life with Gina, but that hatred she had was so strong. She sacrificed that for the hatred. That's the point.
The ending basically is completely not satisfying. And the truth is, a lot of people had a ton of issue with the ending. I don't think I had as much issue with.
Look at this. He names this video "Why People Actually Dislike the Game." Spoiler alert. And doesn't spoil the ending. What kind of fucking review is this then? If you don't want to spoil it, that's fine, but why say there's a spoiler then? Okay.
The ending as most people. Reason being, most people were looking for.
Man, it's almost like he fucking clickbaited it.
Some kind of an ultimate resolution. They wanted a culmination of someone lives, someone dies, something happens, and just without spoiling the ending of the game. That doesn't happen. It's very unsatisfying.
No, I like that he says everyone has a problem with the game, but I don't, but it's like, there is a problem with the ending. Like, and it's easy to understand the issue. Like, because it's wrong in the sense that, like, there's not enough there to make you feel that there's enough for Ellie to let go. Because, like, the game gives Abby a lot of reasons to let go and to let Ellie live. The game does a good job giving Abby like an out in the theater. Like all the stuff you go through in the 3 days with Abby, like it's all to kind of give you the reason why Abby would kind of say, okay, I'll let you go. But Ellie, it's like I feel there was like a step too fast with it. Like they really needed to give Ellie a reason to kind of let her go. That's why I said if you're gonna have that kind of ending where Ellie lets Abby go, I think Abby should have been the one to tell Ellie that Joel lied to her. I think that would have been a better ending. It would have worked, I think, better. If you want to have this. Because then she could like second guess the hate and all this kind of stuff, all that shit. If you want to keep the way that it was, I then would feel that they needed a stronger resolution between Joel and Ellie, because I think the resolution they gave us was such a weak point of the game, and maybe like there should have been something that she could have sympathized with Abby with or something. But it just doesn't. It just doesn't really happen. I just think that the ending just feels like it's a rough draft, and they never really went back to finalize it. I just don't think Ellie gets the closure she would need to not kill Abby. I agree. I agree with that. I just think that it's too short, and it doesn't really. There's not enough to give it. They give enough for Abby. You see a lot of points with Abby where it's like, yeah, I could see Abby, deciding against killing Ellie, but there's like almost nothing with Ellie to make you feel that way. And to kill Abby is hollow, considering everyone she. Yeah, I mean, like I'd argue that the people she killed along the way, outside the fodder, because like I mean that stuff they were gonna kill her anyway, so it was kill or be killed. With Nora, she was dead anyway, so it was more like, hey, I'll give you a mercy killing or a slow, painful death. Owen and Mel was more out of like, hey, they tried to kill me, so I'm going to kill them. So it was those had context to it. But I wouldn't necessarily say the act of killing is enough to undercut her not killing Abby. But I just don't think that there was enough resolution with Joel for her to do it. There wasn't anything that she. Like, there was no development for Ellie to kind of empathize with Abby. Because I think the other thing is that it was a show that she was willing to go all this way, and like I talked about this earlier in the stream. I mean, I'm getting redundant at this point, but I think they tried to do what Samurai Champloo did, where when you finally get to the point, I could finally get my revenge, the person you try to get revenge on is at a disadvantage. It's unfair, and it's like a dirty way. And it's like, are you really getting revenge at that point? Because when Abby and when Fu's father did the things they did, they were at their peak. You know, Abby was muscular. She did it then, and then when Ellie saw her as like this weak person, I just think they didn't really delve into that as much though. I think it was visually kind of done. Like they told that visually, but it doesn't go all out with it. Like it doesn't really make it obvious that Abby is not who she was at the start, physically. So I'm mixed with it. Again, I just think that it just feels like that they wrote it this way and they never really went back to touch it up.
What happens. But if you're following along the plot line that Druckmann was telling you through the whole game, revenge, 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 it's a circle of evil because Ellie...
Evil?
Well, first of all, Abby wanted revenge, so she hunts down Joel and kills him. But that turns Ellie into a cold-blooded killer who goes through the game killing all of Abby's friends to the point where now, oh my God, do you see how horrible it's gotten? But then Abby finally forgives Ellie. Now it's a redemption story for Abby, but Ellie still can't let it go. Revenge, revenge, revenge. You see, the whole plot is so cliche and so ham-fisted that it's just so shoved down your throat, it's not entertaining anymore. And the fact
Like,
that
I
you
don't
have
even,
to have these discussions...
I just don't think DSP believes what he's saying. I don't even think he knows what he's talking about. Like,
these scenes constantly throughout the game. The main characters cutting each other, fucking each other up so badly. It's just...
He loves doing this.
It's not fun. All right? It's a story. It has a morality story behind it. It absolutely does. And when you're done playing the game, you're like, man, I get it. Because, yeah, I got it 5 hours in, I got it 10 hours in, I got it, I got it the whole time, I get it.
Like, this is the thing, like, he thinks it's that simple message of revenge is bad. I mean, that's like the meme of it, but there's more to the meaning that he really did not pick up on. Like, he doesn't get, like, how deep hatred can run in people, all that kind of shit went over his head, and he just went with the meme of, like, well, revenge bad, dude.
That ending made sense per what Druckmann was trying to say. But did you feel good about playing this game? Did you actually feel at the end of the day when you were done experiencing this disgusting, horrendous misery story that you're happy that you played the game? When I finished The Last of Us Part 1, I sat there with my audience and we talked on stream for a bit about the possibility of a sequel. We're like, man, just think about the morality choices here that Joel did what he just did. Is Joel a villain or is he a hero? And everyone disagreed with me during the credits rolling in The Last of Us.
About being
everyone
in the middle?
Everyone had a different opinion, and we were all speculating about the awesomeness that The Last of Us 2 could
Yeah,
be.
this really feels like it's another person's review. Because he told us he was on the fence with Joel, and now he's saying that he loved that people disagreed with him. People disagreed that he was on the fence. Okay.
Not a single person in 2013 thought that 7 years later we'd be sitting here saying this was the most miserable game we've ever played and we're sad that we played it. And that's how you feel when you finish The Last of Us.
But, like, that's, like, the point, though. Like, and I get that people, like, are dunking on these kind of games, saying, oh, we want games that are more like video games and mindless fun, all this stuff. You know, enough of the artsy-fartsy shit. I get that, too, but I think what is more important is that we just have both can coexist. We can have the art games, and we can have games that are just games. I think they both can coexist. I don't necessarily agree that we should sacrifice one over the other. You know, I'm not with that. But like if you don't want artsy fartsy games, you're not gonna be buying The Last of Us. Like you're just not gonna be doing that. I mean, unless you're willing to tolerate it just for the gameplay segments that's in the game, but I mean, you're not going to be getting The Last of Us. I think Joel's the hero. There was no guarantee the Firefly could make the cure. I mean, I think like you could make that case. I mean, there's definitely cases you can make with that. But I for me though, for me, I would say at that point, like, I'd be desperate to try anything. Like, they tried animals, they've tried everything, and you have this one kid who's immune. I think I would be willing to try it at this point. Like, You know, the world is decimated. You know, there's no room for thinking about, you know, the implications. So I think that's like the beautiful thing with Last of Us One. You could debate anything about it, but I just think in that situation I'd be like, yeah, we need to try something. I mean, what's the alternative here?
Too, because it forgets all the good things about the first game plot-wise. It creates this misery, gore, disgusting atmosphere of pain and suffering and revenge that never lets hold until the very, very fucking end. And at that point, you're like, I got it 5 hours in. You didn't have to make me play another 25 hours of annoying misery to get your point, Mr. Druckmann. I got it 5 hours in. You didn't have to keep doing it to me like this, okay?
Don't do me dirty, Druckmann.
To me.
I hate that this video is
right.
like 5 hours long.
To
By
me.
the way, I'm. It is what it is.
This game.
They had to
The
take a
best
lunch break,
comparison
so
I
I
can
mean,
get
I
to
can't really say.
It's kind of the same way that people
And I talked to
feel
my
about
chat,
modern Star
dude.
Wars movies. Okay, you took something that was so beloved.
I shouldn't be talking to my chat, dude. I should be ignoring you
held up
guys.
in high regard by so many people.
Oh my god, this fucking
and
Star
you
Wars.
changed it so much
This
to
fucking
push a
Star
different kind of a
Wars
narrative
shit.
that you destroyed everything you created before. Okay, people talk about George Lucas all the time. He's a creative genius, 1980s, all the Star Wars trilogy, Indiana Jones, all the shit George Lucas did. At some point, George Lucas lost his mind, decided to destroy the original trilogy of Star Wars movies by adding CGI. He made the prequel trilogy, which no one thought was anywhere near as good as the originals, to the point where people hated him so much. They lambasted him and blacklisted him from his own creations, and now new
When did
people
they
make
blacklist
new movies.
him?
Guess what? The new trilogy of Star Wars now is being made fun of. Everyone hates it. It's not true enough to the originals. It takes the characters from the originals and puts them in completely out of character and ruins who they are. It feels like The Last of Us 2 is the same thing all over again.
Oh my
Neil
god.
Druckmann is the George Lucas of game development.
But George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney. How is it George Lucas's fault for how Disney handled it? Well, actually, no, we can't blame George Lucas. He's the one who sold it, dude.
He made an amazing masterpiece.
And they sold it.
Resonated for everyone who played it. And people were like, we can't wait to see what Druckmann does next. And what he put out next was so different from what the original masterpiece was, and changed everything so much that people don't like it because he tried to do something different. I'm not saying that The Last of Us 2 is the worst game ever made. Far from it. Amazing gameplay, really great world building. Like I said, the graphics, some of the best I've ever seen. Feels like the Order 1886 with actually a game behind it.
I think Nier Automata has better graphics.
Improved
honestly.
gameplay elements.
I mean, the graphics in
It's
Last of Us 2 is
insanely
good,
lengthy,
but
30 hours.
Nier Automata is
all right, of
pretty
gameplay.
good.
You're gonna get a lot, and that's only if you only play it once. If you replay it to get the collectibles, you're gonna get even more out of it. Variety in the gameplay with Ellie and Abby playing differently on each side of the campaign. All right, but when you combine all of the, and I should say the accessibility, insanely positive, right? But when you combine all those improvements and positives with a plot that's so polarizing, you're bound to get what happened with The Last of Us Part 2. You got people literally kissing its butt as a work of art, and you got people saying it's a bad game. As a work of art, The Last of Us Part 2 is great. If you ignore the fact that when you play a video game, you're looking for something that's fun.
Now look how petty this sounds. This just sounds like that he went in with a different mindset, because this fucking guy, has cried and cried and cried and cried and cried about how video games are art, video games have matured over the times, and now they're art. They're art. Art is art, that art fart. Over and over, and every game that came out before this game, like Cyberpunk, he told us, well, Cyberpunk is like a game of the 90s. Video games are art, so like should I be excited for Cyberpunk when you can like make your dick big? That's not why I play video games, dude. I play for good storytelling. And then he's shitting on The Last of Us, but he tells us that it's great art. Isn't that what you want in video games, Phil? What do you want?
With a resolution that makes sense, with an ending that you feel accomplished at the end of the game, and everything you did mattered, and you really felt like something happened there in that game. And if you feel it, wow, that was great. It was the continuation of the plot lines and characters from the first game, and it was really fun. Maybe they introduced some new characters, and it really worked out. That's not what you get in this game. If you're looking for that as a good game, you're not going to get it. If you're looking as just a work of art, a plot that does make sense, all right, it's there, but it's miserable. You know, people say, oh, it was funny because one person who's an actor on Twitter compared The Last of Us Part 2 to Schindler's List.
Schindler's List
is not a fun movie. That movie is brutal. It's disgusting. It talks about how the Jews were mass murdered by the Nazis and how someone, basically Schindler, had to try to smuggle them out and save as many lives as he could at a time when otherwise every other, you know, all the Germans and Nazis were doing horrible things to these Jews. It's a very, very gruesome movie. But at the end of the day, at the end of the movie, you feel like something good came out of it. Schindler was a good person, and here's what happened. Here's his story. And, you know, you feel like you got something out of it. Despite you went through this horrendous journey, you got something at the end. I didn't feel that at the end of Last of Us Part 2. What?
Now, initially when he brought this up, he said what's so stupid about the Schindler's List thing is that that's based on a true story, man. The Last of Us isn't a true story, so I don't want to see that. But now he's throwing this little curveball about it.
Whatsoever. I felt like this game was meant to make you feel like shit. This game was literally designed to make you feel bad, and I don't want that in a video game. Okay? I don't. And in reality, the difference between a movie and a video game, a movie you watch. Yes, there's a story that may bother you, but you watch it. A video game you play. I was forced with this controller to brutally hurt.
That's so fucking, oh my god. Oh my god, dude. That is the dumbest fucking, oh my god. I didn't think much of it before. This is a great face, by the way. I didn't think of it about this before, but what a dumb statement. So, movies can be negative and make you feel bad because you watch them. But video games, you play and you feel bad, so that's bad. Oh, wow. I guess video games are only allowed to be fun. They cannot be anything else. Let's put video games in a box. Let's have video games be one thing only. If you make a video game that makes people feel bad, you're canceled. Cancel that company. And yeah, he fucking says how like Last of Us 1 is like, oh, you know, it makes you think about all the snowflakes, man. They have it hard. And then the second Last of Us 2 is like, oh yeah, here's some fucked up shit. Oh my god, this is making me feel bad, dude. This is fucking stupid. This goes against everything he said in the first review of this game. He says how you know, when you play Last of Us 1, you really start to think that maybe your life is privileged, and you get the perspective that maybe you're a snowflake. But the second game, that's like, yeah, maybe you are, so here's some violence, it's fucked up. Oh, too fucked up, man. Like, ugh. Again, this is a fake review. He doesn't fucking believe what he's saying. This is such bullshit. This is such bullshit. People are upset with it, so he wants to side with them. This is someone else's review. This is not his review.
Hurt both Ellie and Abby to cut them up, to break their bones. And
again, he also shames his chat for having waifus. If you have a waifu, you're immature and stupid. But I don't want to hit Abby or Ellie. Man.
I was forced to do that. I didn't want to. The game made me be a horrible person with the things that I had to fucking do to complete this game. I feel like shit for playing this game. I do. That's not the point of a video game. The point of a video game is to try to have some fun, to relax, to have a good time. Maybe some games there's challenge. When you overcome the challenge, you feel a sense of accomplishment. You're not doing it to make yourself feel bad.
Do you know how many times he tells us he isn't out there to look for gaming accomplishments and all this shit? Every fucking time he plays a game, I'm not playing a game to make to get this insane challenge and this insane reward, Dad. Semantics, I guess, but this is so fucking bullshit. When has he ever been like this? And then when he talks about other people saying how games are children things, he's like, no man, video games are art. But like, this guy is so flippant with everything. He's such a fake. He's so fake. He's so fucking fake. He has no opinion on anything. This is such bullshit. He shouldn't have done this review. This is so fake.
Why would I pay to make myself feel bad?
And he's so proud to say this too.
Oh, you feel a sense of accomplishment. You're not doing it to make yourself feel bad. Why would I pay to make myself feel bad?
Look at that face. He's so proud of saying that. So proud. Even though it flies in the face of what he says.
Like, I don't have enough stress in my life. I gotta get more out of playing a fucking video game.
So if you don't like stress, then why do you like challenge then? Isn't that stressful?
That's where Druckmann doesn't get it. He literally there's a quote from Druckmann. He says, we didn't talk about fun when making The Last of Us Part 2. Mr. Druckmann, that's where you went wrong.
Now look how weak this fucking connection is. Like, he really wants to dunk in that quote when all that quote was talking about was the tone. The tone isn't meant to be fun. And, like, that's supposed to give you the expectation. So he's sitting there, he's like, well, that's where you went wrong. So you're gonna fault Neil for designing a game in a way that he didn't want? So Neil should have made the game a way he doesn't want. Because that's what makes good products, right? Because when you see someone do something that they're forced to do, you usually get their best, right? Like, that's like, and oh my god, this is coming from the guy who said that he felt forced to do YouTube. And he wants Neil to be forced to make a game that pleases him and should be fun. Like, get the fuck out of here. You don't have to like what he did. Fine. If DSP doesn't like it, that's fine. But it's so dumb to shame fucking Neil for making a game a way that he wanted to make it. He wanted to make the game. You don't have to like it. You don't have to support it. You don't have to love it. You don't have to like it. It's okay to like things. It's okay to dislike things. It's okay. There are people who did not like Death Stranding because it's not the way that they wanted the next Kojima game to be. And that's fine.
You made a video game.
Man, I'm very proud of that statement,
to actually have a good time and have fun. You missed the point of gaming.
But isn't the point of gaming to be art, though? Didn't gaming go... Like, this is so stupid that he said that the point of gaming is to have fun, but then he tells us that gaming has evolved and matured to be art, and it can tell dark, thoughtful stories and all this fucking dumbass shit. And then he says that it's wrong for Neil to do that. Neil's doing what the rules are, though. Like, again, it's okay to dislike what he did. I mean, it's not really a question of, like, you have to like what he did and you have to consume product. But, like, it's just kind of clown world to brag about how video games are art and then complain when they are.
You missed the actual reason that video games fucking exist and escape from reality. A way you can get some kind of fun, some kind of derision, some kind of positivity in your life. It's a way to escape. It's not a way to give yourself more negativity and misery.
Now, the other side of this angle is that DSP thinks that, oh, you don't want to do this, but some people like that. Some people can have fun feeling bad emotions. Sometimes it's fun to feel bad. Like, it's a fun paradox. Like, it's a paradox in of itself. Because, like, that's why, like, you see stories that tell such dark tales and go into such dark angles, because sometimes that's fun. Like, that's what people like about Ava a lot. Like, I like the episode, like, the episode where Asuka gets mentally raped is a fucked up episode. It's very dark. And I like that episode because it goes into this territory that's like, you feel so bad for this character. Like, you feel terrible. that like I'm getting sad just thinking about it. Because like this character has this inferiority complex with her mom. Her mom was sent to the hospital because I think she was part of this experiment with the Ava. She's damaged. She doesn't see Asuka as her daughter anymore. She sees this doll. She treats the doll as her daughter. And when Asuka goes sees her, and she was like at a very young age, the mom doesn't treat her like a person. She doesn't see her as her daughter. She sees her just as a random guy, and she's like, "Oh yeah, this person's here, whatever." Doesn't really see her, and the whole time, like it fucks Asuka up. Like she gets on board with piloting an Ava and hopes that this will get her mom to look at her. She doesn't like Shinji because he doesn't help her out at all, even though she's been very distant to him. But all of that is a front pretty much because she's so like insecure that she's kind of screaming for help, but she's not saying it. It's so fucked up. And then like so she pilots an Ava, and this is after the point, by the way, that like they could not send Unit 1 out to save Asuka because it got an awakening, so they were afraid it was gonna do some more fucked up shit, so they did not send it out at all when Asuka needed help. So Asuka's like, okay, whatever. But they send out Unit 1 to save Rei, and Asuka is there saying and this is during the time where this angel is kind of mentally raping Asuka, like it's mentally raping her. And as this is going on, she's like, and a little bit after that, I get it's either the episode after or whatever, and she's just like sitting there like, they didn't send out Unit 1 when I was in danger, and it was just and like that part was like, oh shit, like she doesn't know like there was a reason why they couldn't send out Unit 1, but she didn't know that, and it was just like, oh fuck. She then attempted suicide a few times. I mean, it was really, really fucked up. And like, and those are good episodes because it makes you feel that way, and you start to like understand the world and how dark it is, but if DSP saw that, he I don't know what he'd do. He'd be so confused, I feel like.
Why did you think this is what people wanted? What is wrong with you? I would love to hear this answer, because he'd probably answer, well, because it's artistic and not all art is...
That was a rant, I'm sorry.
That's true. And that's why I don't have portraits on my wall of bodies being ripped apart and intestines squirting all...
I would love to know the answer. You tell me it's art. Well, I don't like this art, Neil, so give me a better answer.
All over the fucking place, and I don't surround myself with misery art. I like to have positive things in my free time.
That's why he talks about trolls, dude.
I don't pay to see nasty shit and to have misery constantly. And that's what the plot of this game pretty much is until the very last moment when it has an ending that's completely unsatisfying. So, how the fuck do you rate a game like this?
Don't rip them with the controller.
How? How do you rate a game like this? You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely big positives to the gameplay elements of the game. There are fun moments in the plot. Every time that there's a flashback between Ellie and Joel and Tommy, and it shows the way that it was before everything went to shit in this game, it's actually good. It's fun. It's positive. It's like, this is what I wanted. This is what I got from the first game. This is what I wanted in this one. But then, you have to be honest and say, how can I say this game is a great game?
He's playing the argument.
Game actually hurt me.
Absurdum.
It made me feel bad. It made me not want to play any further.
This is just another people's opinion. This is not his opinion.
The ending was not in any way, shape, or form anything that I wanted. It was basically, oh, here's a lesson that you learned a few hours into the game, but we tell it to you again after 30 hours of misery, right? It's so hard to review this game. So here's what I'm going to do, all right? You could completely disagree with me.
T-pose.
Right? And that's okay. But I'm going to weigh it and balance it based on this. The gameplay, the world design, the graphics, the accessibility features, all of that was insanely dramatically improved in my opinion. You could disagree. Some people might want it to be more action-based rather than stealthy, less survival horror. I liked where they went with it in this game. That's insanely positive, kind of almost best of a generation. The
Okay.
plot is
Okay,
terrible,
sure.
makes you feel like shit, is not a well-written plot. Not even the pacing is good with the constant flashes back. It's just jarring. If just simply the plot was ordered better, it would have been a better game. But the plot itself is not satisfying. It's completely different tone and completely different from the first game. Not a plot that I even needed to experience in a video game. It's like the low of a generation for me. Okay? So how do you balance the best versus the worst? You meet it in the middle.
I mean, there's a lot of bad games out there. I kind of wouldn't say Last of Us 2 is the worst of a generation.
The Last of Us 2 is a 5 out of 10. It really is. And it's not because it's a bad game to play. It's because it's a misery. It's a misery to play. Because the whole game, you hope for something better. You hope that something's going to happen that'll turn this around. And it just gets worse and worse. More gory, more disgusting, more fucked up, more miserable, more cliche, more nonsense. And then at the end of the day, when you play for 30 hours and you're hoping for the light at the end of the tunnel, that light at the end of the tunnel is a freight train coming your way that runs you the fuck down into a human pancake. Sorry for quoting a Metallica song.
Sorry for quoting.
The pancake part was from the Metallica song. But that's exactly what this game feels like. You're working towards the end, the resolution. Fuck you. You wasted 30 hours and now you feel like shit. That's how I feel playing this game. Last of Us 2 for me is a balance of the best and the worst. Average amount is 5 out of 10. You disagree? That's perfectly fine. You like the game? That's fine. You hated the game? That's fine. I hope this review gives you enough of information to make a judgment for yourself on whether or not you want to check it out.
Fine, I guess.
Don't worry, I will tag it as such when I put this up on YouTube. But holy shit,
there's no spoilers, but I'll say there's spoilers.
Game to this point
what's the
in my
point?
Life that I think I've ever played.
What is the point here?
Who didn't care about the misery aspect, that didn't care about the characters from the first game, and probably say it's the best game ever. I completely disagree.
What if I did care and I liked all that?
Sorry.
What about that?
If you disagree with me, that's perfectly fine, but that's my feeling. All right? That's my review of The Last of Us Part 2. There's no DLCs coming out for it. Neil Druckmann already said no expansions for this one. Will there be a sequel? Likely there will be, because the game ends completely open-ended.
Neil said there won't be a third game. Like what? What?
Wants to make a third game.
A ton
like hotcakes,
of
so it's probably
unanswered questions. What? Like
so
what?
If you liked the misery of this one, there's a lot more coming, guys. I can't wait to see how else they gruesomely kill each other and fuck each other up in the next one. Man, maybe they'll like rip each other's feet off and shove them down their throats or something. I mean, that's pretty much what this game was, most of it. So, thank you guys for
such
watching
trash
my
to
review.
say. Now look at this. He tells us that we have to give him a second chance. We have to give him a second chance. You know, I was bad before, but you should give me another chance, man. Last of Us 2 is bad? Why give a third game another chance? Why give them a second chance? Fuck them. Maybe one bad game, the other game's gonna be just as bad. But, like, what questions are left unanswered? They didn't really answer anything. I mean, there was no questions left. It ended with, like, Abby living, doing her own thing with Lev, and Ellie's off doing her own thing. I mean, I guess it needed to have a cliched ending of, like, Abby and Dina, like, I guess if it ended where, like, she had that house with Dina, that would be closure for him, because apparently you can't have closure if you just kind of leave it to the viewer to kind of expect. His hand needs to be held very tightly to get the ending, I guess. One more thing I'm going to do before we call it a stream. I do want to go to DSP's Twitter and go over some stuff he tweeted, if Twitter loads. I doubt it. I mean, well, Neil already said that he can't justify a third game. Like, he already said that there's no chance there's going to be a third game. Oh. They call me. There we go. Let's see. Oh, I got my neck. Let's see. It was not pretty. It was pretty dumb. DSP. I love how he hyped up a haircut. Dude, I'm getting a haircut! Whoa, guys. You got a haircut. A lot of spoilers. Except you don't talk about the ending, so what spoilers? Let's see. I'm exhausted from playing The Last of Us Part 2, but relieved that I've beaten and reviewed it. I never want to play it again. Compare that to Part 1, which I replayed on PS4 as soon as it was released. There's a huge meaningful difference there that game devs should understand. Now, the thing is that, like, sometimes it's fun to go back to replay a game to see if your opinion holds up. There are a lot of games that people have kind of went around with, that some opinions came around with, and it'll be interesting to see, like, if over time, if people will lighten up with Last of Us 2. I mean, it's not, I mean, the comparison with MGS2, like, I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but I do see where it's coming from, surface level. Because I think the shift of playing as Abby, can be compared to Raiden. I get it, but I would not say it's 1-to-1. It's not a perfect comparison. But like that game came around, and I think it'd be interesting to see if Last of Us 2, like how that comes around. Maybe in 10 years people are gonna see it in a different way. I think it'll be interesting to see what's gonna happen in the future for that game. So then he comes back and says, you can completely disagree with someone, and your opinion is valid, if you can justify it with reason. Blindly hating someone for liking or disliking something because you disagree with them is ignorance. And following a mob mentality, opinion without justification is just as bad. Be wise, dude. Okay. And then he brings this up. IGN, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D is worse than Fortnite. For example, when I say IGN reviews are utter donkey shit, I can justify my opinion with facts like this. Now, my opinion is valid, and you're free to agree or disagree with your own reasoning. Wait, no! That's wrong! He literally went against what he just said. Because he just told us that you have to agree or disagree with someone and you have to justify it. What's the justification? This is just saying what IGN thinks is worse than Fortnite, which is dumb because different people review these games to begin with. This is going on a mob mentality, Phil. You went against your own point. Wow, he forgot that one pretty quickly, I guess. Let's see. Alright. So let's see what's he doing. What's he doing on Twitch.tv? Oh, God. Boy, guys, he got the vest!
And like their choice matters, but they all steer you towards the same narrative end anyway. Maybe there's a slight nuance in the way that one thing is done versus another, the person who comes with you, the way that you do it. But if the resolution and ending is exactly the same, then did your choices really matter during that supposed choose your own adventure game? No.
No.
Not at all. It's the illusion of choice to just end you at the same destination anyway. So I think a lot of people kind of realized that over the years. At first, when Telltale Games were making these games, people bought into it, and then they kind of realized.
I can't wait to get this on to do my Endure the King shit. That's always fun. I love doing that shit. Being unable to not install my pigs. Let's see. No, I'll cover this another time. I want to end this stream's been going on too long, dude. It's been going on for 4 hours. I think we're done here, guys. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you, and1337 for the $4 tip, the $4.20, and Brian is cool 789 for the sub, for the YouTube sub. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. I guess I'll do Endure the King tomorrow. I'll start that tomorrow, guys. So look forward to Endure the King. It's gonna be pretty rad. I'm excited. I'm excited to do it. I always love doing Endure the King. Save the Cleo of the game. Hell yeah. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Can we get a look? Oh hell yeah! Actually, you know, I'll you guys one better. I'll take it out. Look at this. Look at this. So many characters. Now let's see. This last time I counted was 21. We added what, like 4? 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. You know, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Guys, I think if I'm not mistaken, this has the most characters on it. We did it. We have a season of the viewer canvas with a new high, guys. We did it. We did it. And you know what? I think I'm gonna keep this season going. I'm extending it as much as I can. I want to see what we can do. Get and all that, but we did it, guys. We did it. 26. That is so cool. That is so cool. I'm so surprised. We fit so many as we did. Oh, that's really rad. But tomorrow I will do another free raffle, and then it will go back to being an RNG thing, because I want to do it the whole time I'm streaming on YouTube this week as a way to make up for last Friday. So that'd be rad. So I'll do one more. I'll pick 2 winners tomorrow. That's so cool. I love it so much. We have Loki. We got all these characters, man. I think my favorite one on this one. I gotta go with Guile. I don't like the character in Street Fighter, but he actually looks so good, so close to the actual character. It's kind of crazy. Kind of blows my mind. Yeah, I gotta go with that. Alright, everyone. I think that's gonna be it for this stream. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, be healthy, and hope you guys have a good week. And I'll see you when I see you. Later.